Good morning, everybody. We have just touched down on Tengosed Seamount. This is SOI Divestream 541. Happy Father's Day to those of you who are celebrating today. In the control room, I have Janet Voigt with the Field Museum of Natural History, and she will introduce you to this dive.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. Happy Father's Day. You can see, just looking at the screen, we will not be doing heat flow probe measurements here. And that, I think, is good news because it gives us the opportunity just to scoot around and look for signs of venting on what is a small summit on Tengosed Seamount, place we found some venting and we want more. So we got some nice filter feeders, pretty good selection, which is consistent with a nice flow of bottom water, because the bottom water is what carries the food. The stronger the current, the more they can feed, the bigger they get. But it being a seamount, that itself increases current, so it's not proof positive of shimmering water flow. So when the pilots are ready, we're going to start snooping around, see what we can see. This is an unexplored part of this fairly good-sized seamount compared to what we've been looking at. And you never know. We're looking for things that are quite local, that is small, and easy to miss. If you notice, when we get the lasers on, our swath of observation is pretty tiny. So it's the analogy with Alvin has been made. You're hiking in a forest at night using a flashlight, and those brighter lights that just got turned on help, but you can be 15 feet away from something. If your lights penetrate 10 feet, you'll never see it, making it all that much more amazing what we have accomplished this cruise. This is our next to last dive here. It's been wonderful. Seems like a week, but just so successful. Not to jinx this time. Now what we're looking for is shimmering water, basalt that's unusually dark colored, strange aggregations of animals such as moose octopus. We did collect a second species of moose octopus yesterday away from any shimmering water. Now whether that, if it had found shimmering water, would have basked in it, don't know. We won't be spending too much time today doing collections because we got a lot of ground to cover, so to speak. A lot of seafloor to see until we find that shimmering fluid flow.
Go ahead, Bridge. You're fine where you are at the moment. Once we start to leave this place and head up, then I'll start you moving, but we'll just keep you right where you are.
Okay, stand by.
Alright, thank you.
There are places where the basalt doesn't look like it's sedimented, but it could be because it's underneath a little ledge. Where there's fluid flow, we expect that to be kind of tapering upwards as that warm water wafts up into the cold ambient seawater.
Sonar?
We all are here just intent, want to be the first to see the shimmer.
It's not looking very far out in front of us.
Yeah.
Mm.
It's the best looking boat I'm on it. Three. Easiest time to get operate in.
I think that's a little urchin about 4 o'clock. It's just gorgeous. I have seen more of those inflated urchins here than I have anywhere. I think it's an urchin.
Stuff on the rocks.
Yeah, I think if there's venting, typically you see some characteristic features like it's smooth, shiny-ish.
Okay.
You might see polychaete worms in more abundance, like all over the rock, or the green cement with the octopus. So yeah, and we can just kind of like fly along with pan around, just kind of look and see if we see anything like that. It's kind of for this first waypoint. It's kind of just like this little pinnacle. Is there anything on it? It's different than what's around here.
We're not exactly talking Mount Everest here, but a pinnacle nonetheless.
Can we spend a moment looking at these? We've seen that one before. At the bottom of the screen on the sides. Mind if I reach over you, Janet,
Sure.
just to get a close zoom?
That's Dr. Beth Orcutt, who's here helping out with the pilots and the zoom and the camera. And is so excited
Yeah.
about the prospect of shimmering water to be found.
Thank you.
Lovely.
Can we actually try to sit down and sample that? That's a type of swiftia that we haven't sampled yet on this side. Is that what it's to you? Sorry? Is that what it's to you?
It looks like I actually need some kind of coral and it's soft coral.
It's what?
The soft coral. Okay, it's not actually a coral. That's what we were seeing in the videos and that one. But I think it would be nice to have a sample as well. And it's,
Yeah.
It's good to go.
It's all yours.
Okay, yes, it's target for ODA, so we are definitely going to collect this.
Roger, roger.
So just like sprigs.
So, yeah, we want to try to get it somewhere where we get at least one branch,
Okay.
because that's very useful information. So, yeah, once we sit down, we'll zoom in a little bit and figure out where's a good spot.
Okay.
All right, the plan is to collect that yellow coral.
Yeah.
It's a really nice basket star, just, well, what I'd say a foot below it. Other filter feeders. Just wafting in the current.
And can we get lasers on, please?
These are coming up.
There's our lasers. They're 10 centimeters or about 4 inches apart to give you a sense of scale.
Can you take some highlights, please, Tim? Okay, it's pricey for you.
Oh yeah, the one that looks like feathers is the target for Wendy as well.
The one on the left? Yeah, okay.
Is this an anemone?
It looks like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so let's get some close-up polyp zooms.
So delicate and pretty.
Great.
Clearly there's an echinoderm in there.
So, where would be a good spot? Can you zoom out just a little bit, Chris? Thanks. Oh, interesting. We do see those polychaetes.
Uh-huh.
Traces
Traces of polychaetes.
Yeah, I don't. Scott, let's talk through this. Like, is it up there? It might be easier, or even behind the anemone, so we get a couple branches and the associate.
Yeah, once I get my claw in there, I'll poke there
Okay.
and see what all this looks like. Otherwise, this branch here.
Yeah. And then after we collect, just so you know, after we collect one of these, we're also going to try to collect this black coral off to the left.
The entirety of that, or just like
It-
the closer half? Or?
I think we could probably get the whole thing because there's several around the spot.
Alright.
All right. One of the things working with ROVs,
Different quivers for those.
Yes, please.
because things take a while, you need to give the pilots time to have the ROV settled so it's stable, so manipulator options can go by. And, you know, it's kind of like you're forecasting half an hour in the future. But by working together things go much simpler and much smoother.
Right. I mean, I think you guys have as well. Maybe virtual.
Just like every aspect of working with people.
So we'll do two quicker.
Going to for module. Well, I think that just a little bit more for you. There you go.
Is that port arm? Not close, or is that-
It's close, but it's not like, it's more of a optical illusion. It's not that far. A little bit. Okay.
We'll be sampling 2, so of course the pilot's opening 2 quivers for recovery.
Alright. Let's meet you West.
Pardon?
The son of the Coral Garden.
Oh,
Yes, I'm interested in the yellow one and in that tiny thing over there.
well, Beth was talking this one and then that one.
And also this one.
So,
That one?
Yes, this one too.
So the 3 of them?
So you want
The
3?
3 of them.
All right, let's get number 1 first.
Hi.
Good morning.
The 3 of them,
One by
please.
one. You cannot take
Yes,
three
but
at
everyone in a different quiver.
we love them.
Different quivers.
All right, Dr. Oda has joined us, our local expert on octocorals, and she's like, oh, we need more. I don't know if y'all can understand how special this is. If you work on an animal with primarily soft bodies that you only see in preservation, to see them alive. To see the polyps extended, to see how they live, where they live, and the lushness with which they grow, at least locally.
it'll work. Exactly like you planned.
Yeah, totally.
Exactly.
Now I'm in for it.
Okay. Good to know.
Yep.
Alright. Here. Pushable.
I couldn't. I'm so excited about it. This is a Coral Garden.
All right, at this point, while they're sampling, I'm going to duck out, and Beatrice, who knows a whole lot more about these animals than I do, is taking over. Always a pleasure, gentlemen.
Yes. Our morning routine, yeah.
And also the one that was in the picture, remember?
We'll try to get
Good morning, everyone. This is Beatriz Naranjo from the University of Costa Rica. It's a pleasure to join you again during the next hour. We're exploring Tengosed Seamount offshore of Costa Rica. I will be switching between English and Spanish. Buenos días, mi nombre es Beatriz Naranjo de la Universidad de Costa Rica. Es un placer acompañarles esta mañana de domingo en nuestro penúltimo buceo aquí frente a las costas de Guanacaste. Para quienes han seguido la expedición saben que estamos alrededor de 200 kilómetros frente a la costa. Ahorita estamos explorando un monte submarino conocido como Tengosed a 2100 metros de profundidad. Este ha sido el sitio más somero o menos profundo que hemos estado explorando. Y es bastante grande, tiene como unos 20 kilómetros cuadrados. Hemos hecho ya 2 buceos, además del día de hoy. y vamos a explorar un área que no habíamos visitado y llegar a algunos puntos que nos interesaron mucho en los otros buceos.
And let's get some zooms before.
Right now we are making black coral and octocorals collections for the collection of the Museum of Zoology of the University of Costa Rica. And it's a pleasure to have here in the room Dr. Odalis Cabridi, one of our experts here.
Yeah, try to get barely in a second.
This yellow one is probably an Acanthogorgia species. I'm not really sure about that, but it seems like. And then we have a black coral of the genus Umbelapates.
And the tight columns.
Bring us in a little.
Gracias a todas las personas que nos han estado siguiendo, no solo desde Costa Rica, sino de toda Latinoamérica. Es un honor para nosotros poder narrar en español estas inmersiones de nuestro mar profundo. Y no está de más agradecer tanto a la doctora Beth Orcutt, una de las co-jefas científicas de la expedición, como a Schmidt Ocean por su disposición a que podamos narrar también en español. Es algo que significa mucho para nosotros.
You get there. No.
About as low as I can get.
Yep, that's good.
I'm joined here today by Scott, which is the one that is manipulating the arm right now, and also Chris, one of the pilots, and Steph, part of the amazing crew that has been helping us during this expedition.
Yeah, please.
Yes.
So which is the other one that Oda wants?
The one at the right that has a sea star, a real star,
Yeah.
that one.
Okay, and any of the other black coral?
She didn't say.
Okay, yep,
She
okay.
said those three.
Yep,
so I
perfect.
think we're good.
Why do you look at that one year sitting?
Yeah, we might, it'd probably be better to reposition just so we can also get it.
Un saludo también para todas las personas que hablan español fuera de nuestro continente. Nos alegra mucho que hayan estado siguiendo la transmisión. Como les comentaba, este es nuestro penúltimo buceo. Así que ya estamos aquí con un poco de nostalgia porque no nos queremos ir. Nos encantaría quedarnos por acá siguiendo explorando. Llevamos mucho trabajo a tierra. Todo el procesamiento de estas muestras toma bastante tiempo. No solo el procesamiento de especímenes, sino también el procesamiento de imágenes y videos y de todos los datos que hemos estado recolectando, tanto del fondo marino como de la columna de agua.
Let's stick it, let's stick it down next to 4.
Probably end up there anyways.
Yeah.
Stay there. Okay.
Alright, so we're gonna be going to that one right there with the one right behind the one right there.
Down back there.
That's the one we want.
Right now we are on our
Alright, I'm gonna
waypoint 1. We have 8 waypoints for today.
One on the other rock is the same.
And between some of them we will just fly really quick because we have to cover a lot of distance to get to some areas of this seamount that we explored in the other 2 dives that we have made here. So hopefully you will join us for the rest of the day. This was a really exciting place. The other dives, for reminding you, we encountered here skate nursery. That was one of our biggest findings on this cruise. I was really excited before the expedition. I was hoping to see some skates, and we have seen a lot. And we also find this nursery, so has been really exciting for me. So today dives is about 16 hours. Of course, that includes the time that SuBastian needs to go down and then return to the ship. So we will be on the water probably around until 7 p.m. Costa Rican time.
Mind if I work the camera up here?
Yeah, don't worry.
Once we get settled.
Encontramos acá un jardín de octocorales. Estamos observando varias especies de octocorales, también muchas esponjas.
Tim, can you take a highlight, please? Whoa, hey, buddy. Slow down. Another highlight, please, Tim.
This one that we are seeing is actually a zoanthid colony
Can we get the lasers
living on top another, the branches of another coral that was is probably dead right now.
And lasers off.
Este que estamos viendo en pantalla es una colonia de zoántidos. Estos son organismos emparentados con los corales y suelen colonizar partes muertas del coral. Aquí vemos las ramas. Este es un coral que ya no tiene vida y que tiene todos estos organismos viviendo encima.
One more? Okay. And just to convince ourselves that they're the same.
Okay. Yeah, those are zoanthids. These one are zoanthids as well.
And this is what Oda wants?
No, that's a zoanthid colony.
Okay.
I think Oda probably will want this one that is
okay.
alive.
That
Yeah.
was my bad.
Yeah.
Ah, yeah, right, because you can see the zoanthids on the Chrysogorgia there.
Yeah, exactly. But it would be nice to have, a piece of that with both. We also have some anemones there.
Another highlight, please, Tim? All right, so we'll collect two more things then. We'll collect one more of this with the zoanthids, and then one of the other one.
All right.
Scott, how easy do you think it will be to cut in here on this one, so that we get the yellow and the zoanthids?
Point two, what is zoanthid is?
So the white things
Okay.
are colonizing the coral underneath it, which is in yellow.
Oh, that's
Mm-hmm.
okay. So
Interesting.
all right.
We don't want the,
Not the crime.
Yeah, we don't need the basket star.
Baskets.
Yeah, that would be way too big.
just
So
the-
just in that little that
to the
branch,
little piece.
just to the left of the basket star.
Okay.
Do you want to shot this with the lasers on it first?
Yes, please.
If we can, it's gonna be an awkward
Mm,
angle
yeah.
because they're gonna shine through it. But yeah, go ahead.
Vamos a realizar algunas otras recolectas aquí, en este jardín tan bonito que encontramos.
There they are, okay.
En este individuo que vamos a
Put it
recolectar,
back on the rock.
como les comentaba, es una colonia de zoántidos, pero a la izquierda pueden ver que hay unos pólipos amarillos, que ese es el coral original sobre el cual crecieron estos otros organismos llamados zoántidos. Así que vamos a tomar una rama de este coral que tenga tanto la parte muerta con el zoántido como los pólipos vivos.
Another question.
Yeah, this white one over here. I had gotten it wrong about which one I would have wanted. So we'll take advantage of the setup you did.
Yeah, for both.
It's okay if it's more than one.
Sí, el cambio de coloración que nos están haciendo una pregunta en el chat, en realidad se debe a que son organismos diferentes, están emparentados, pero no pertenecen al mismo grupo. Uno es un zoántido y que está creciendo sobre el octocoral, partes del octocoral que ya están sin sus pólipos, y el amarillo es un octocoral, que es el organismo que originalmente creó esta colonia de la cual estamos tomando muestras. Nice.
Can we get a glamour shot?
Yeah.
Put it over the basket. Does anybody else use that term? Like other cruises?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, we use it as well. Oops, I'm sorry.
that this is actually a sweet book.
Oh yeah? Okay.
She told me another name, but now she just messaged me, so yeah.
Hey.
Octocoral expert.
It's because I picked up one of the Octopus Odyssey stickers this morning.
Oh, yeah. Okay, cool.
Okay. We got it, Tim?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. You understood that?
I will be speaking English and Spanish, but the idea is to have all this mix of both. We have some shifts that are only in English, and some of them are supposed to be 50-50, but of course we get excited being able to speak our own language. So these two colors that we were seeing, or we are seeing this sample that we just collected, is because we have two organisms, different organisms here. The colony was made by the yellow one, which is an octocoral, probably from the Swiftia genus, and the white one is a zoanthid that it was living on top the branches of the coral.
There you go.
Wow. So for today's dive, we plan to cover a distance of 3.6 kilometers. That's way longer than our usual dives where we have been exploring about 1.5, 1.6 kilometers. So today we will need to fly really quick between some points, really fast. Nice.
From and four.
Yeah, we're going for cover.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we will collect one more octocoral here. It was a really nice spot to start the dive. Hoy tenemos 8 puntos de muestreo planeados en nuestro buceo. Empezamos a una profundidad de unos 2100 metros y la meta es llegar bueno, nuestra profundidad mínima, que sería 1900 metros, cerca del sitio donde hace unas semanas encontramos un área lleno de huevos o cápsulas de rayas de profundidad, que ha sido uno de los descubrimientos más interesantes que hemos tenido hasta ahora. Una especie con muy pocas observaciones alrededor del mundo
How much of this will
y que en esta oportunidad hemos visto muchas de
I'm
ellas.
gonna try to cut so that we get a couple branches, so that one would be great.
that last major?
Yeah. So let's get our zooms. And lasers on, please.
Okay.
For the first one.
Yeah, we'll get the wide shot with lasers on. Give me 1 second.
Alright.
Ahorita estamos primero fotografiando toda la colonia de este octocoral antes de empezar a movernos. Para aquellos que no han estado siguiendo las transmisiones, estos láseres verdes están separados por 10 centímetros y esto nos permite hacer estimaciones de tamaño. We are taking some good shots of this specimen that we will collect. Well, we will collect just a few branches. So we are putting the lasers on to be able to measure the whole colony. Nice. And we need this because when the corals are here on the ship, they usually have the polyps close. So we need all these pictures to be able to combine this with the morphology that the experts will analyze. For this group, it's usual to need electronic microscopy to analyze some small structures that define the taxonomy or the classification of this group. Así que vamos a recolectar una pequeña rama de este octocoral. Antes de recolectarlo siempre nos aseguramos de tener buenas buenas tomas de los pólipos abiertos, ya que cuando llegan al barco estos pólipos se encuentran cerrados. Entonces estas imágenes bajo el agua nos permiten combinar ese análisis de la morfología con análisis que se realizan utilizando microscopía electrónica. What else is that we already have this one? Esta?
Yeah, I
Say
just saw that.
But I
I'm
don't know.
not sure which one she wants instead.
Yeah.
Okay, well, do you mind staying here long till?
Yeah, I didn't hear her response.
Lo que hemos estado observando en estos montes es que hay una comunidad que se repite, un grupo de organismos que se repite entre los sitios, pero cada uno tiene sus características propias.
I think maybe she's talking about this. Thin branches?
That, thin branches, please. Yeah. This one is a black one,
Okay.
so maybe they are interested in this one. Okay, yeah, this
Okay,
one.
This is the one she wants. Okay, so we'll do, can you get a highlight of this now that he's got it nicely in focus? I think that's as close in as we can get. Okay, and then lasers on, please.
On screen.
Yeah. Okay. Highlight with the lasers
Okay,
on.
we'll collect the black coral, which are
All right.
these
and then we
thin
can go ahead and sample. So
branches.
It's hard to tell how long
Yeah,
it is. We
probably
might
that.
need to cut like there, or if you think it'll fit there. If you don't think it'll fit there.
Mhm.
I think it'll fit.
Okay, I'll try to find it there. All right, so let me just. I should be able to fit in there. So that angle.
Yeah, these are more flexible, so.
Yeah. Gently caress it into the thing.
So down here,
Yep. Yeah. Then we get two branching points.
back off.
Yes.
Okay. And he's like the one person who has European chargers. Everybody else can't charge their phones in their rooms because they've got American plugs.
So there's a USB port.
Oh yeah, but like people who have,
Oh, yeah.
other people have mentioned that they can't charge things.
Estos organismos que estamos recolectando tienen un crecimiento bastante lento. Es una de las características que son usuales en el mar profundo. Muchos organismos viven muchos años y tienen crecimientos muy
Go a
lentos.
little deeper, might be able to.
Let me do you guys
It's off. It's off.
It's off, yeah.
sharpen those
Yeah.
blades?
We sharpen them, we replace them, we fix them. They just, yeah.
Is what it is.
I mean,
Ya realizamos la recolecta del coral negro.
concept. How we do it.
Aunque sean delgadas, estas ramas son bastante fuertes.
That, we'll get down there and just-
Así que los pilotos están comentando que de forma frecuente tienen que afilar estas cuchillas que tiene el brazo de SuBastian para realizar estas recolectas. Hemos visto algunos peces alrededor a lo largo de la expedición, bastante interesantes. Sin embargo, son ambientes profundos, son peces obviamente bastante diferentes. Esperamos ver algunos otros peces conforme vayamos subiendo hacia la cima.
How far away are we from Caballito?
That's a good question. Like 40 nautical miles ish.
Okay. Someone is asking.
Alright, so we got falling off. See where we are, where we end up.
It would be more like 50.
50 miles.
Okay, we'll get it now.
Okay.
Nautical miles.
It was, yep. Interesting. Yeah. Worked out then. This one might be a bit of a floating right now, work, but very not.
Estamos a unos, hay alguien preguntando a qué distancia estamos del último lugar que exploramos, que fue Caballito. Estamos alrededor de unos 70 kilómetros aproximadamente. Eso es algo interesante, que realmente no hay demasiada distancia entre estos sitios, pero cada sitio nos parece bastante particular. Y como les comentaba, vemos muchos organismos que se repiten, pero cada uno con su paisaje característico. Y todas estas imágenes después se analizan con detalle para poder comparar estas similitudes y diferencias. Eso es parte, de hecho, del trabajo que yo realizo, o es una de mis responsabilidades a bordo, y tanto a bordo como después de la expedición, la anotación de videos. Tenemos un sistema digital de anotación, usamos algunos software que nos permiten mantener ordenada esta información, ya que, como se imaginarán, son muchísimas horas de buceo. Ahorita llevamos alrededor de más de 250 horas de video, y esto es algo que tenemos que volver a revisar para poder hacer estas comparaciones. Y como les he comentado en otras inmersiones, también tenemos datos de otros sitios de Costa Rica, como los montes submarinos de la cordillera Coco o de la isla del Coco, y parte de nuestros objetivos es poder describir cada monte submarino y también poder decir qué tan similares son unos de otros. Como saben, estos son bastante, o su origen es bastante diferente. La cordillera de la isla del Coco se formó en el punto caliente de Galápagos, mientras estos montes que estamos analizando aquí se generaron en la dorsal del Pacífico Oriental, un sitio donde divergen las placas tectónicas y se da actividad volcánica. También nos preguntan en qué sector del Tengosed estamos. Ahorita estamos explorando principalmente el lado sur. Vamos a irnos movilizando hacia el norte. Vamos a recorrer alrededor de 3.6 kilómetros, así que vamos a volar rápido hacia el segundo punto de muestreo.
How fast can you fly?
How fast would you guys make it?
I don't know. It's like curiosity.
Like 0.4 would be.
We're sorry, we're not gonna prove it yet. Let's like look around here and just see if we find more venting. Although I like your enthusiasm for going fast. Yeah, I just wanna kinda, we're still just on the side of this pimple of pinnacle. We'll go around it a little bit more just to see what else it looks like.
We'll stay here for a while trying to look for shimmering water venting signs. Vamos a quedarnos por acá buscando cualquier seña que nos sugiera que puede haber salidas de agua o ingresos. Así que buscamos como cambios en la comunidad, en las comunidades de organismos y por supuesto cambios en la textura del agua. Tenemos algunas preguntas en español. Estamos a bordo del barco. En este momento estamos en la sala de control. Así que estamos aquí, o estoy aquí al lado de los pilotos, de Chris, Scott y de una persona que nos ayuda con la transmisión para que ustedes puedan estar disfrutando de estas imágenes de nuestro mar profundo. Así que es todo un privilegio estar aquí aprendiendo muchísimo desde la sala de control, viendo en vivo muchísimas pantallas. Tenemos no solo las pantallas que nos permiten ver lo que SuBastian está viendo, sino también otras partes del ROV que se utilizan para controlar todos los sensores que tiene y poder monitorear que todo esté bien abajo. También nos preguntan, en pantalla ahorita tenemos un mapa con los waypoints que vamos a estar cubriendo en este buceo. So we're seeing right now, for those who were asking for the waypoint map, we have it on screen right now. As I was telling you, we will cover hopefully 8 waypoints. We will explore for venting signs, and also we will go to the summit, try to find again the nursery, the skate nursery that we find last week, I think. And this place is really cool. We have a small garden here, really cool, amazing colors. En algunos de los montes submarinos que hemos explorado hemos encontrado muchísimas esponjas, en otros encontramos muchos octocorales, así que definitivamente hay diferencias importantes en la diversidad de estos montes que estamos explorando. Yeah, I want to print some of these frame wraps for my house. You are seeing some shrimps on the bottom as well. I love this place. It reminds me to the summit of some seamounts of the Cocos Island Reach that were full of octocorals. We're seeing some big anemones as well. There are a few questions in Spanish that we're asking about if we are seeing differences in the communities that we are seeing, and yes, we are seeing like a group of animals that repeat on all the seamounts, but each one of them have their own.
Yeah, you're good. No spikes, no. Just wanted to check.
Have their own group of organisms, or at least we see like a difference in abundance Sometimes we find a lot of sponges, and sometimes we find mostly octocorals. So it's part of all the analysis that we want to make, and also compared to other seamounts here in Costa Rica and across the region, hopefully. Since right now we are making big improvements on the knowledge that we have about our regional seamounts and deep environments in general.
Well, of course, it's shallower. Everybody, there's
Yeah,
more coral
everybody
shallow.
love it. And yes, Beth is saying
The yellow one.
this place is shallower than the other ones, so that's one of the reasons we are seeing this difference
Almost
on
a
the
kilometer
organisms.
shallower. Can you get a highlight, please, Miguel, for this one?
Mm-hmm. Let's see what Soda is saying now.
I don't know if I hold your camera off.
Pretty good.
Ujú. Este lugar que estamos explorando es, como les comentaba al inicio, más bien el más somero o menos profundo que hemos explorado, y eso es una de las razones por las que vemos esta diferencia de paisaje. También nos preguntan si la batimetría o el mapa que muestra la profundidad de estos sitios los obtenemos durante la expedición. Y sí, cada noche antes de realizar el buceo, el barco, gracias a una sonda multibeam, realiza estos mapas. Básicamente son como haces que envía al fondo y que se devuelve el eco, algo así como la comunicación de los murciélagos. Y gracias a esta emisión de la sonda, podemos obtener estos mapas que se colocan a veces en la pantalla. Algunas veces esto se combina con datos de expediciones previas. El Tengosed, por ejemplo, nunca se había explorado como tal, con imágenes, pero sí habían habido algunas expediciones hace 10 años que los habían visitado y con equipo desde el barco habían realizado algunas mediciones. Entonces esos datos de esas expediciones se combinan con datos de la sonda que tenemos aquí en el barco. Y por ejemplo a veces pues quedan algunas áreas sin mapear, y conforme va avanzando la expedición se intenta rellenar esos vacíos para tener mapas más completos y de mayor resolución.
Mind? I'm gonna look at this rock over here, just to get under that ledge, see if there's any cement. Nah, just sediment. Okay.
So we have questions about how many years did we study, and I think that depends on each person. Each of us has a different story behind us. In my case, I study for 8 years, and after that I've been working for probably 6 or 7. And what is that? So yeah, I started like seeing images from a project that we have in Izalcoco National Park with a small submersible, and I spent a lot of years seeing those images until one day they invite me to a trip. So there are like different paths that we follow, especially because we have here a team of different countries and different expertise in careers. but of course we are really passionate about this.
Yeah, I think you're at the top. Alright. Those slides are back to there.
So yeah, being able to, after seeing all those images and being learning about deep sea animals, of course we are still learning. There are many things that we don't know, and for example, places like this, that is the first time that we are seeing footage. All, almost all is new, so it's pretty exciting. Oh, that's a big one. Teníamos una pregunta en inglés de cuántos años estudiamos y cuáles estudios realizamos para estar acá. Y estaba comentando que eso varía mucho de cada persona. Venimos de, pues, de historias muy diferentes, países muy diferentes. En mi caso yo estudié biología, pero tenemos personas también que estudiaron microbiología, geofísica y demás. Muchas personas realizan además estudios de posgrado. Así que son muchos años de esfuerzo. Así que esto lo vemos como un premio, no nos queremos ir. Yeah, yeah. Wow. It's really
Did all
big.
that work to get the lasers down, and then I just wrote them. Sorry, Chris.
Right. So now they're
Like-
just below the.
You got an image?
Mhm.
Maybe?
Got it.
Okay.
Oh, that's big. Probably what, about
Very
1.5 meters, something
Yeah.
like that.
Very old, I would guess.
Yeah. This can be a really old coral. Some of them can have thousands of years. And that's a common feature in the deep sea, like really old animals, and that's one of the reasons they are so vulnerable, and one of the reasons we have to protect them. Beautiful.
Can we bring the gain down just a touch? It's bright white. Thank you.
Mm.
Actually,
Este coral que estamos viendo tiene tal vez una
It's a nice
altura de, no sé, tal vez unos 1.5 metros, creemos. Después vamos a medirlo mejor gracias a los láseres que estamos colocando. Beautiful. I will print this.
Yeah, yeah. This is one to hang on the wall. For all the rocks at the bottom.
Y para quienes nos comentan sobre la batimetría, sí, se combinan mapas que ya están publicados, pero usualmente estos mapas que están publicados tienen una resolución más pequeña, digamos, los cuadrantes suelen cubrir a veces varios kilómetros, y para lo que queremos hacer se combina toda esa información que ya está disponible con la información que tomamos aquí en el barco para tener un vistazo aún más a una resolución mayor.
We can see the bottom while we're going fast, that's fine. That's about it.
That'll be like 3.5 meters. That should be.
Yep.
Alright, we're already partway there. So, no, it's 1.4.
Alright.
Cool.
Oda is asking if we can collect a branch of this large.
What?
Oda is asking if we can collect a branch of this large specimen.
We just picked up. We're only at waypoint 1.
Alright. Okay.
Yeah,
no
but-
worries. Yeah, she will want anything.
Yeah. I think
So,
we're
yeah.
good.
Okay. Alright, so fly to waypoint 2.
Yeah.
Fast. Okay. I'm excited about it.
You can see how fast I can.
Yeah.
Hey, on the bridge, we can head to that waypoint now.
Yeah, there was an alarm in the background. It's like it was announcing the appearance of this large coral. So for those who are joining, we are exploring Tengosed Seamount, offshore Costa Rica. Estamos explorando este monte conocido como Tengosed. Para quienes no vieron las inmersiones anteriores, este monte ya lo exploramos un par de veces. Fue la primera vez que se vieron imágenes de este lugar. Toda la tripulación, el equipo científico a bordo, le gustó mucho este lugar. Hemos encontrado bastantes paisajes, geología, criaturas impresionantes aquí. Y la razón por la que se le puso el nombre de Tengosed es porque se considera un punto de recarga acuífera. Es un sitio donde el agua penetra hacia la corteza y por eso se creyó o se puso este nombre tan acorde a lo que está sucediendo de que el monte tiene sed. Así que estamos en el monte Tengosed.
That'd be fine for us. Yeah, do that.
Right now we are flying. So we'll see how fast can we get there. We will cover a distance of about 450 meters. En este momento vamos a volar rápidamente hacia nuestro siguiente punto, que está a 450 metros. Este buceo es bastante particular porque hemos estado cubriendo áreas de 1.5, distancias de 1.5 kilómetros. En este la meta es cubrir 3.6. Así que es un buceo un poco diferente que nos va a permitir explorar diferentes zonas de este monte Tengosed. Esta expedición está a punto de finalizar. Tenemos el último buceo mañana. Pero recuerden que Schmidt Ocean va a estar aquí en la región. Así que pronto van a tener noticias de otras expediciones. Y para esta expedición, los objetivos que estamos aquí logrando o que tenemos en la expedición Octopus Odyssey, vamos a regresar en diciembre. Si han estado siguiendo las transmisiones han visto que hemos colocado muchos experimentos ahí abajo, así que tenemos que volver en diciembre a este sitio, lo cual es una muy buena noticia para todos aquellos que están diciendo que van a extrañar estos lugares. Vamos a volver en diciembre, así que estén pendientes. El nombre de Tengosed lo pusieron antes de que nosotros viniéramos en una expedición anterior, hace 10 años que se visitó esta zona, donde se tuvo indicios, evidencia con instrumentos operados desde el barco, de que este monte tenía esta particular característica de que puede ser un punto de recarga. Pero sí fueron bastante ingeniosos al ponerle el nombre. Muchos de los lugares que estamos explorando no tienen nombre, así que es una de las tareas que tenemos, ponerle nombre a aquellos que no tienen nombre aún, y es algo que nos emociona, poder nombrar partes tan interesantes de nuestro país.
We have to stand by for a second because we're
Alright.
200 meters from the vessel.
Okay, so we were going fast.
Yeah, we're going much faster than that.
So we will stay here for a while. We were going really fast and we need to communicate with the ship. So we are kind of far away right now. So we will wait a little bit for Falcor to join SuBastian. Invitarles nuevamente a visitar la página de Schmidt Ocean donde hay muchos, donde se han estado subiendo blogs, donde muchos y muchas de las científicas a bordo comentan sobre el trabajo que están haciendo a bordo. Así que les invito a darse una vuelta por ahí para que puedan leer y entender mejor lo que hemos estado haciendo. Y también hay links a algunos videos que pueden ver no solo desde la página de Schmidt Ocean, sino también en el canal de YouTube o en redes sociales, donde se publican videos que resumen un poco el trabajo que estamos haciendo. El segundo video que se publicó fue publicado ayer, si no me equivoco. Está completamente en español y es bastante explica mucho en solo 3 minutos sobre nuestro país, Costa Rica, y cómo somos un país de mar profundo. Tenemos un pez cola de rata en la vista. We are seeing a macrurid fish here, a grenadier or rat tail. These fish are some of the most abundant creatures that we are seeing in the deep sea. A really important family for these environments. So hopefully you will join us tomorrow on our last dive here in Costa Rica. But I was explaining in Spanish that we will come back in December. Oh, that's cool. That's a Antimora genus, Moracot fish. It's the second one that we see, or at least I see in this expedition. Nice. Wow. 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 Oh.
He's like full on posing.
Yeah. Beautiful. Este pez es conocido como mora. Es de los peces, de la familia de los peces mora. La familia se llama Moridae. Y si no me equivoco, tengo que revisar bien.
No, keep this.
Es un del género Antimora probablemente. Can we make zooms on the parasites? I know that you are better with the camera. I think it has. I love the fins of this fish. Yeah, no worries.
Okay, go. Yeah, we're up to speed now.
Okay.
Say that.
So we are going fast again.
Whoa. Alright, that's not. Alright. Just press it at first. Then at first.
Yeah.
Okay, now go back to the phone.
Yeah, this fish was making sure that he looks nice in the frame wrap. So we will be going again towards waypoint 2. Vamos a seguir avanzando hacia nuestro punto número 2, que tiene una profundidad de 2053 metros. Y mientras vamos a ir observando si vemos algún cambio en la comunidad bentónica o de fondo y cualquier seña que nos pueda indicar que hay algún flujo de agua. Yeah. Nice garden here. I'm loving this place. So hopefully you will stay with us. I'm sure something really exciting will happen. Yeah, some hours. I'm really excited about the skates. Mi turno está próximo a terminar. Nada más recordarles que vamos a tener personas a lo largo del día, al igual que en otras, y al igual en que en las inversiones anteriores que hemos estado haciendo, combinando personas que hablan español e inglés. Ha sido increíble poder hablar español y poder comunicarnos y llegar a más personas durante esta expedición. Mañana vamos a continuar con actividades educativas que realizamos desde el barco. Nos conectamos con escuelas y con colegios de, no solo de Costa Rica, sino de otros países de Latinoamérica y del mundo, diferentes audiencias, no solo estudiantes. Mañana, por ejemplo, vamos a estar conectándonos con estudiantes de colegios científicos de Costa Rica. Son jóvenes que están en estudios de secundaria, que tienen un gran interés por carreras científicas. Así que nos emociona mucho poder conversar con ellos y ellas y que vean todo lo que se puede hacer en nuestro país y la necesidad de tener un número más grande de personas estudiando y comunicando nuestro mar profundo. También en estas actividades no solo hablamos de ciencia, también vemos la importancia de los artistas y las artistas. Que de hecho tenerlos a bordo ha sido pues una experiencia muy buena para nosotras las personas que nos dedicamos a la ciencia. Ya que intentamos explicarles con palabras sencillas lo que estamos haciendo y eso es algo que que es todo un reto para las personas que se dedican a la ciencia. A veces no sabemos comunicarnos con personas fuera de nuestro gremio y es algo sumamente necesario para proteger estos ambientes. No necesitamos solo personas dedicadas a la ciencia, necesitamos también personas que sepan comunicar artes visuales, musicales, cualquier tipo de expresión creativa. Así que muy emocionada por esta oportunidad, no solo a nivel personal, sino para nuestro país, formar un grupo dedicado y comprometido de personas con un gran interés en el mar profundo. We're seeing a sea pen here with a rat tail, emblematic animals of our deep sea. So this place is interesting. We're starting to see sediment again, like large areas of sediment combined with the rocks. So my shift is close to its end. It has been a pleasure for me to join you this morning. Hopefully you will join us tomorrow on our last dive here in this area of Costa Rica. As the other days, we will be having different scientists leading the dive. So each one of them have different backgrounds or knowledge. So in this way you can have a more integrative way or approach to explain what is going on.
Ben Hur, how goes it, buddy?
We'll be having
You're going
soon also a pilot shift while we were flying to waypoint number 2.
except for a little bit far away. Just too far away, I'll stop and look around. Sounds good. moved up our game a little bit. So
I didn't mark them. So, I didn't have it there. 1, 2, 3, 4.
So after me, we will have Dr. Diva Amon. She's from Trinidad and Tobago. She has a lot of work on the Clarion-Clipperton zone. And I'm really excited because we will be able to compare these abyssal plains that we have been exploring in this expedition with the ones that she has been working on. So it was a pleasure. Have a good day and see you tomorrow. Right now, en este momento voy a ceder mi espacio a la doctora Diva Amon. Ella es de Trinidad y Tobago. Tiene mucha experiencia principalmente en la zona de Clarion-Clipperton, una zona que ha sido muy importante en exploración minera y hay muchas necesidades de conservación e investigación ahí, así que ella conoce muchísimo sobre el mar profundo, tiene mucha experiencia y algo que a mí me emociona es que con ella vamos a poder analizar toda esta información y realizar una comparación entre nuestros fondos abisales y los de la zona de Clarion-Clipperton. Así que de verdad fue un placer, espero que nos acompañen durante el resto de la inmersión en el monte Tengosed y también mañana en nuestro último día de buceo. Así que pasen un buen día, pura vida, y los dejo con la doctora Diva Amon.
Thank you, Bia. Wait, where are we at? Where are we at?
We are flying from waypoint 1 to waypoint 2.
All right. While they do that handover, just a little update for anyone who might just be joining us. We are currently 2,105 meters down. We are revisiting Tengosed Seamount, which, if you were here for the previous dives here, we had a skate nursery here. We found some skate eggs up near the top. And so we are just making our way along. I'll toss up the map one last time here for the foreseeable future. We have a lot of waypoints to go to, and as always, probably not enough time to do everything we want. So we are making our way from waypoint 1 to waypoint 2, then 3, and once we get to 4, we will be up at the top here. Kind of cruise along there and then pass down the other side. But it looks pretty fun, kind of cliffside for a lot of this. So we'll see how it goes. And I'll turn it over to Diva.
Thanks, Alex. Good morning, everybody, and thank you to Bia. So my name is Dr. Diva Amon. I am from the University of California, Santa Barbara, as well as Species, an NGO in Trinidad and Tobago. And I'm joined on this science shift by Dr. Miguel Semedo from the University of Porto in Portugal. And we are in the process of, as Alex said, flying fast, a little bit higher off the seafloor than we'd usually fly to try to get to waypoint 2. And along the way, we're going to be continuing to look for venting, signs of venting. So clear areas of rocks, octopus cement, any octopus we might see, shimmering water, though we probably wouldn't see shimmering water from this high. But basically just looking for any signs of venting, because we know from past dives on the seamount, although not in this particular area, that there is quite a bit of activity around here. Wow, look at this geology, all these pillows. You can almost imagine like the tube of toothpaste opening and just squeezing out all this lava. And then it getting colder and solidifying. Love it. And so we're a good deal shallower than we have been on most of our other dives. We're at about 2,094 meters right now, whereas many of our dives, including at Dorado, as well as Caballito yesterday, were around 3,000. So being up on the summit of Tengosed is a good bit shallower. So we're seeing a lot of different life. So a lot more coral and sponges, different coral and sponges. Some really great pillow lavas around. and a lot of marine snow to feed all of those animals. No, I grew up in the Caribbean. But I just spent some of my adult life in the UK. Wait, do you guys want to introduce yourselves? Ken? Yeah. Why do you want me to do it?
I saw that writing. I think there's actually another place where you can.
Oh, happy Father's Day! If any of you are dads,
We are
happy Father's Day to all our listeners who may be dads in one form or another. Happy Father's Day, Miguel. Happy Father's Day. Yeah, today's Father's Day. You didn't know that? Oh. It's funny because you're at sea and you just kind of lose track of what day of the week it is, what date it is. All the days begin to merge together. And yeah, life kind of shuts off from real life. Oh, apologies. I thought you knew that then. Sorry. Yes.
I thought we were going a little fast, but I didn't know as fast as we can.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to get a sense for what, as fast as you can be. And then you get too far out, I can't wait. It's like, yep.
I was going back to the normal speed, but I didn't realize it was maximum speed.
Yes.
Yeah. Ship's trying to do 0.5 sideways.
I can feel it start rocking.
Yeah, the roll.
Yeah.
No, we definitely felt it. Let's see. I don't think we're really like push, but probably at the stern, you can see some. I'm mostly keeping an eye on the weather.
So you can check when you're in the traffic, so when you're in this dark cold room.
That's it. That's it.
Do we have weather coming in?
Maybe.
Every day is weather. I mean, bad weather.
So for anyone that was tuned in yesterday, of course, we had some internet issues. It looks to be playing pretty nice with us today, but part of those issues were certainly caused by the weather yesterday. And just to give you a look outside off of our
it's
starboard side
beautiful.
there, it's not too bad, but there's definitely some rain over that way. So we'll see what happens. I'm just keeping an eye on it. If we could get that, that'd be okay. But I think we're looking
Oh, is the one
this
inside?
way. I think that's the way we might be going. So we'll see how it is. And if we do get a little bit shaky on the internet, we'll do our best to get that sorted. And we'll appreciate your patience.
Interpol, like far fewer poles. You notice it's the same substrate.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
I mean, there's still corals here,
Yeah.
but it's not as, they really like that one little peak.
Which makes sense, right? From
Yeah.
like there was a point where we were driving along, going up slope, and the ridge literally to the right of us, which was the highest part, was just like covered, and then everywhere else was just had none.
Yeah. where we're heading on waypoint 2 is kind of like a pronounced little promontory. So I'm hoping it will.
Which waypoint was the hole in?
Waypoint 3. Yeah. So these two stops are just to get it, because there was pillows down below,
Right.
and then once we get up to waypoint 3, it's that crusty ledge stuff. So I just wanted to kind of see down here in the pillows. That's where we would probably have the most luck finding things. I think. I don't know.
Like we said, the skates seem to think there's something here.
Yeah, right. We still haven't actually made it to the second summit yet,
yeah.
behind the states, so maybe they're there.
That would be quite the thing if you had a little skate nursery and then right next door you had a little
Yeah,
nursery.
this.
Or if we saw the skates depositing eggs.
This is like the little crater, and then there's another thing.
Yes, okay. I
So
see.
you just have two guys. I'm like, just get over there. But we haven't made it yet.
If they were on opposite sides, that would have been interesting. Quite cool.
Yeah, I'll just wait.
Gotta get here.
And that, like, we might. Yeah.
Stabilizing up. Fortunately, ships have your pulling the ship.
This is probably out of date. Lights are- There we go.
Yeah, right. So we might have just crossed onto this little feature.
That's very fun.
So the geology here is largely pillow lavas that are covered with a light dusting of sediment in some places. And those pillow lavas form the perfect hard substrate for life to attach to. And we can see that the areas that are perhaps the highest off the seafloor, the most exposed, like on ridges or on little promontories, those are usually the ones with the most life. And that's because those areas will be furthest up into the current, and therefore animals living on there will have the most access to food. And in this case, many of the animals living here are suspension feeders or filter feeders, meaning things like corals and sponges that are able to essentially pick particles of food from the water that's passing by with their little polyps. We're at waypoint 2? Great. So, if it's okay, we're gonna mosey around here for a bit. Have a little look-see, see if we see any venting, any octopus, any skates. Right? Yeah, we're gonna have a little toodle.
Just to
Yeah.
see what this site looks like.
Before heading off again. A lot of different species of coral here, both octocorals and black corals, also some sponges. And what happens in these places with these corals and sponges is they form these three-dimensional structures like rainforest, like trees in a rainforest or trees in a forest. And that allows many other animals to live in those branches and spaces. So we can see there's some yellow looking corals in front of us, and those are providing homes to brittle stars. If we were to look at that sponge, there might be a crustacean living in it. And so these are essentially like the skyscrapers or the trees of the deep sea that are home to lots of other life. Quick little white balance here for a second. Yep. So what about like up here? There are some of the serpulids, the calcareous serpulids, more on the undersides of the rocks, but that may not necessarily be.
Yeah, and Diva do like zoom in on those rocks to see if there's any like egg cement.
Yeah, so we're gonna zoom on these, if possible.
You want to the camera? No.
Oh no! Oh my God! Is that me doing that? Okay. God.
Want me to land? Just let me know.
No need to land right now. Nope. Okay, that's not what we're looking for. Okay, let's keep looking around. Yeah, let's like mosey around all up out here. Sure. Oh, lots of, I mean, I can count at least like 6 different species on this rock, way more. Of coral, of black coral, of sponge, of echinoderm, just here on this large pillar lava. We can keep going. The colors are always so gorgeous. Pinks and yellows and whites and dark purples, reds. Is it easy to look down here? Nada. Nada. And keep going. Thank you.
Is that a skate head?
Where?
Yellow, right in the
Oh,
center.
yes. Can we zoom?
That looks really fresh.
Yeah, nice one.
Good spot, Beth. So it looks like we found our first skate egg. Can we do a... Oh, it's me, isn't it? Sorry. Okay. Let's, so it doesn't look like there's any venting in the immediate vicinity of it, so let's keep looking around. Can we drop a marker here though? Yeah, tell me.
There's 4 yellow dots on the rocks. You see them?
Where are we looking?
So almost directly above the skate on the darker colored rock right there.
These yellows? I mean, we can take a quick zoom, but I think they're too yellow. They look more corally. Yeah, they're not. Yeah.
I'll just call this skate egg.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Keep going.
Yes, please. Thank you. It's like we're doing an Easter egg hunt, and we're looking for, except not chocolatey ones. Oh, another one here. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Nice spot though. Kind
Oh
of
yeah, there's a couple more.
hidden behind the coral there.
It's not appreciably more than that. Interesting.
Okay. Yeah, I know him. Sorry. Wait, you know him as well?
No, it just came from.
Oh, right. Because I know J-Rod knows him. Okay, let's keep looking around here. First 2 skate eggs of the day. No indication of any venting yet. That's
Can
like
you come
up in,
over to this
yeah,
picture on the right?
please. Let's do some scouting around here.
Might just be the ledge.
Have a timely question of whether we've seen big fish or sharks. Haven't seen a shark like you might think, but that egg we're looking at, that's from a skate, which some folks call flat sharks. They are other cartilaginous fish, skates, rays, and sharks, all related. There are some sharks that lay eggs like that as well, but it's one of the big things for skates. They lay those eggs. And we are keeping an eye peeled for them.
So that's 25 grade. Whole lot. Just make it.
Right here. I'm just trying to see if there's like a.
Yeah, maybe let's head, Beth, unless you disagree. Hold on, let me give it a second. To head up here, to have a look up here. Yeah. Oh, gorgeous Christ of Gorge and coral in front of us.
It's hard for me to tell if this is to tell over there.
Ooh, it's definitely more craggy. Or rocky. Yeah, I think let's go on the right. I mean, sorry, left. Sorry. The other right. No, I think it's just early. And it's not even that early.
I'm left right.
I'm gonna blame the seasickness, Edson. Are you actually so?
Like, I will literally say, go left up ahead. Like, point to the right.
That's an updated waypoint.
There's waypoint, thank you.
Thanks, Pete. I'll just slowly bump this uphill as we kind of make our way up here, and then I think at some point we're probably going to start doing a long transit, and then we can bump the speed back up. I'll call you at that point.
Alright, thanks for the short one, that we can start by the speaker there.
Yeah, you want to stick around this area for a little bit then?
Well, not necessarily, because we're already getting into this ledge again, which is what we saw on the flyer deck. So I think we'll probably pick up soon and go to waypoint 3.
Okay.
So for those just joining us, we're at a site called Tengosed, which is nicknamed Tengosed Seamount off the Pacific coast of Costa Rica. Right now we're at about 2,000 meters depth or 2 kilometers depth. And we are currently exploring the seamount. This expedition has been the first to visit the seamount, and even though we've had one or two prior dives here, this is the first time we are exploring this particular section. On this expedition, we are really interested in this area around low temperature venting and how that low temperature venting affects animal communities around this area, and also just trying to understand what are the ecosystems like around here, the deep sea ecosystems around here, and that's everything from the geology to the water chemistry to the biology. And again, that's because for many of these places we've been visiting, it's the first time anyone's ever been here, and this information is absolutely critical for Costa Rica to be able to effectively manage their waters. So we are really interested in low temperature venting, and very close to here there's been a site called Dorado Outcrop, which a team of some of the scientists on board discovered in about a decade ago, and there they found hundreds of mother octopus from the genus Moose octopus brooding their eggs. And at that time, there were no viable eggs seen, so no developing baby octopus in the eggs. But we've now returned on this trip, and we have seen many more mother octopus than there were before at that site. And also, we've not just seen babies and eggs, but also we've been able to observe some octopus hatching, and we've realized that this is a viable nursery. We've also found another nursery site around Dorado Outcrop, and so we are in the vicinity of Dorado Outcrop. And so now we are continuing to look around for areas of this low temperature venting so that we can try to better understand that relationship between the octopus and the venting, as well as the rest of the biology and the venting. A few days ago, on this particular seamount, we did also find a skate nursery, so some skate eggs. We collected one egg on our first dive and found that it was empty, so it had hatched. And then on the second dive, we collected 2 more and found that they did have viable eggs in them, one of which included a little embryo. So we're trying, as we move along here, we're keeping our eyes peeled for any signs of that low temperature venting, and that's usually shimmering water, clear rock surfaces, We've noticed around that venting we tend to get a lot of calcareous serpulid tube worms, usually a lot more life, and of course octopus brooding their eggs, or evidence that they have brooded their eggs there once, which includes cement for the octopus eggs. It looks like little green splotches of paint. So this is exploratory, and we are, keeping our eyes peeled for certain things. Additionally, we have a whole team of scientists on board who, in particular biologists, who are taking samples of many of the corals and sponges and other life that we see, so that those samples can go to the University of Costa Rica's Museum of Zoology, and there they can hopefully be basically analyzed to see whether there are new species or not. Often many of the species we're coming across will be new, not just in the deep sea, but in particular off Costa Rica because of how little exploration there's been. But if not new species, they could be new geographic, let's keep going forward, new geographic ranges as well. So we're on our way, traveling a little bit more quickly than we usually do, between waypoint 2 and 3, and that's because we're trying to cover a lot of ground on this dive and explore as much as we can. And when we get to waypoint 3, that is a known site that we found a few days before, where we do know there is definitely low temperature venting. And so when we get there and we find that particular location, we're going to deploy a temperature probe to be able to understand what's happening there a little bit better, look around, and then we're going to fly fast to another waypoint. Again, just trying to cover as much ground as possible. This is the second to last dive of our expeditions. This particular expedition, Octopus Odyssey Expedition. So please do join us today and tomorrow. But the good news is that if all goes according to plan, knock wood, we will be back in December, exploring many of these sites and hopefully a few new sites. So again, here to try to understand a little bit more about what we're seeing, and also collect many of the experiments that we've deployed. So that's the first 2 weeks of December.
Even though we're not on bio, we can turn the lasers on just so that we want to make the scale for us to have a chance of doing it.
Whoa, a really big coral off to the right. Like this. Look at that.
Yeah. I think that's actually, if you pull up the waypoints from this dive, that's what we were following.
Right. This little, that cool
Yeah,
channel.
exactly.
Or it could be a sea pen.
There's other sea pens over there.
Yeah. So it looks like, so we're here at this intersection where we can almost imagine like this, the flat sedimented plain meets the craggy outcrop. And there's loads, or at least this is a little divot, if you will, and so there's a little bit more sedimentation here, and it's provided the perfect habitat for these sea pens to grow. Wow, yeah, those are some pretty tall sea pens. Well, about 2 meters tall, no?
Yeah.
Great. Okay, we can carry on. If we could go a little bit back left. Thank you. Euplectella glass sponge below, some anemones, lots of different species of deep sea coral, another stalk sponge there, this purple sea urchin, lots of sea cucumbers like this pink one in the center of the screen. A little cup coral on the underside of that solitary coral on the other side of that rock. Black coral. Lots of different black coral species here. Whoa, big sponge. Yeah, let's drift a little bit further. That's a good idea. Some halosaurs tucked around in between things. I think that's definitely not the first one we've seen during this dive. Can we pull a little bit more to the left again? So there's a question in the chat about whether animals living at these depths have specialized vision to help them see in the dark. And so there's a mixture of different things going on. Yes, some animals living at these depths do still have eyes, and so would have special adaptations to or special traits to help them see better at these depths. There are also many animals that live at these depths but do traverse to other depths, deeper and shallower, and so again they do have eyes and can make the most of the bioluminescence, as well as at shallower depths where there are some small fragments of light. But for the most part, animals down in the deep sea may not have eyes. They may have very reduced eyes, or they do not have eyes. And so they rely much more on sensory cues, so mechanosensory cues, for instance. So they can pick up very, very small vibrations in the water, we think. And you'll see some of them might have like very long antennae or so on to be able to do so. And then there are many animals that also rely on chemosensory cues. So those are, for instance, like smelling, if you will. Let's get a quick zoom on this fish. So yeah, chemosensory cues. So they're picking up chemical signals in the water, like how we essentially use our noses to smell. A lot more sediment around here. So these very tall animals in the back are sea pens. The stringy ones in the foreground are black corals. Then there's also the more prominent white corals that have very distinct polyps on them. Some big chunky sea cucumbers down there. As we're moving along here, we're definitely keeping our eyes peeled for any signs of venting. Some gorgeous colonies here of black coral, anemones, 2 different species of black coral, a sea pen, crinoid in the foreground on the rock, 3 different colonies of 3 different species of black coral, perhaps 4. I mean, there's a lot happening up here. Some more of those gorgeous little cup corals. trying to find venting can be like looking for a needle in a haystack. I mean, we're trying to cover a massive amount of ground. It is something that's not very easily noticed. We do have to look for clues that can lead us in the right direction. And of course, we are limited by the amount of light that we have to cover as much ground as possible. So it has been amazing that we've found venting on previous dives, and we're going to continue to try, but it certainly is not an easy task, but a very enjoyable one because we get to see so much of the seafloor and the animals that live there. Oh, sea star in process of eating a coral down there. Ooh, big crabby. Ooh. Cool. Great. So just in this shot right now, we've got this gorgeous crab, possibly a spider crab to the right, some ophiuroids dotted in between, or brittle stars, a big seamount, I can't even speak this morning. A big xenophyophore to the left, which is that plate-like organism, to the left of the spider crab. What else have we got? Yeah, some little ophiuroids here and there. Gorgeous. Can I borrow your pen, please? Thanks. Yes, please. Thank you. So we are getting much closer to waypoint 3, which is a site that we did find some low temperature venting on a previous dive. So we are going to be keeping our eyes peeled for that because we are going to be deploying a temperature logger there. Okay, sure. Sure. So we are nearly to waypoint 3.
haven't seen that many.
There's been quite a few on this dive. We're just gonna try to get a quick look at some of these cup corals. Let me just find one for you. So like this one, please. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, there's one right ahead, just between the lasers. I'm gonna zoom. So we've got both a black coral here in the foreground, and then also some of these cup corals. We've seen quite a few on this dive. They're always attached to the side of a ledge. Can we focus on this one? Thanks. The laser's on. Okay, great. We can see at least there's a bivalve up here. If we could continue on, pilots, please.
Something else to look for. I think it's like
The tiny little style asteroids, okay.
Yeah. It's interesting. We haven't seen that many in other sites. Yeah, this is my shallow.
Oh. Let me just get a quick look at these pilots. And then we'll continue moving on. That is full zoom.
Very hard to collect.
Yeah, and very small. I mean, that's tiny. Like, that's like 3 degrees. Okay, so because we are really close to waypoint 3, we are planning to find the area of low temperature venting that we found before here. And yeah, it's where we found a crater with some local discharge before, where we should have a marker. And so we're going to find that, and then we're going to deploy a temperature logger, and also keeping an eye on any of the biology we might be seeing. Please,
We're sitting here for a second.
or we can move.
Or we don't need to move right this second?
Can we stop him?
Yeah, well, if we can't sit here for a few minutes, yes.
Well, he's 138. I'll move him a little bit and then slow him down if you want to sound.
Okay, yeah, we want to try to get a black ball here.
Okay.
Which one? Can you tell Diva?
This?
Not
This?
one and the other one.
This and this? Okay.
I think that they can put in the same quiver.
Quiver? How many do we have? Okay, I mean, if you're happy with that, but also we can put it into 2.
Or in the same cell.
Perfect. Sorry for
Like,
the
more like this one, or take more space in case.
Zoom in?
Or I think let's just put them in 2 different ones, and then, I mean, it's only you who need them. You or Oda.
But I don't know. Okay,
Take a highlight, please, Miguel.
So if we are able to, we're going to try to sample this one and this one. Yeah, these 2 black corals here, please.
Okay. More wormies.
And if we can put them in the same quiver, or we have room to put them in 2 different ones.
I guess we did both quivers. One quiver saves room for us.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what
we're hoping
exactly.
to 1.2. Okay.
So we're just gonna sample some black corals while we're here before we look for that site of low temperature venting. Hi.
Oh, hello.
So we are just made it to waypoint 3. Well, nearly.
Nearly.
And that is the site where there's the crater with low temperature discharge.
Sweet.
So we're going to be, once we find that, so first we're going to sample these 2 black corals. They're going to potentially can go in the same quiver. Then, once we do that, we're going to look for the site of low temperature discharge, deploy the temperature probe, and then from there fly really fast
Okay.
off ground, off bottom, to waypoint 4.
Okay.
So
But
here
first
we are
is
getting 1 or 2 more samples.
2 black corals right here.
Okay.
They can go into the same quiver
Okay.
and to save space, and then we're going to do the T-logger
All
with
right.
marker into the venting fluids and try to collect a squeezer sample.
I'm sure Beth will be here for that because it's going to be
Yeah.
interesting.
So I'll just be right
Right over here.
outside.
We're outside. Okay.
Oh, I was about to say hello.
Oh, well, say goodbye to your fans.
So handing over to, for the next hour, to Dr. Rachel Lauer from the University of Calgary. It's a great time that she's coming on because she's going to be able to tell us more about the flow that we're approaching. Thanks, everyone. Thanks, guys. Guys and girls.
And for our note taker, we have Wendy Matamoros Calderon. And I am Rachel Lauer from the University of Calgary.
Oh, it means they're just like the new person.
Oh, that's a good question. It's weird.
Question. What?
No, her question, the word new. How would you know that?
What are we looking at? Oh, yeah. Sorry. I think there was a question in the chat. I was like, what?
No. How do you save this as a video?
On your computer?
Yeah.
I have no idea, but I can tell you how to save it to your phone.
Okay.
So you need to download a whole app. Go into your app store.
It's not COVID.
It's okay. We live in the same room.
Yeah, you're
Wait, so before we collect, can we just get some
glamour
quick,
shots.
yeah, some glamour shots with and without lasers, zooms. Apologies, I should have specified that. Sorry.
This is my favorite. This is the one you sent to me.
Yeah, I didn't do it.
Who did it?
The social media people. Yeah. So if we could, do we have any more Zoom? Yeah, let's get some, if we, as close as we can, just to get some good views of the polyps.
Is that good color?
And what? Yeah, and then when we zoom out, we'll make sure the lasers are in shot as well, please.
I might have to unfortunately with the lasers.
We can do, it's two different things. So like, any of these work, basically. But I get that.
Which one do you use?
There you go.
There we go.
I think I used
There's
that
the
one.
lasers.
Let me double check. Perfect. Thank you. And then if we could just zoom back in with the, to get a quick shot of the
Yeah.
polyps. Is that the max zoom we have?
That's what we got, yeah.
Okay. Are you okay with that, Wendy? Yeah. Okay. We can sample. Thank you.
There's also.
Hold on. One sec. Oh no, sorry, that was to Rachel. I know. Multiple conversations happening. I have this one.
That's this one. Okay.
And I'll show you what to do once you get it.
Hey.
Oh, the app god's like, no! My home!
Come for the ride.
No virus.
Okay. Go out. Go into their Instagram. Jesus. Look at my mom.
I know. This is why I don't use social media. I'm terrible. Okay.
Then go on Schmidt. The same. Yeah, we're gonna try. Right. And then you go to the. Oh, I haven't seen that one. Okay, go to this, and you go link. Right, and it says link copy. Then you open your other link post tab.
Oh, it's a link. I tried link before and it didn't link the video.
Wait, go to the
The one I just opened.
right, and then it should automatically.
What's the next one?
So the next one,
It opened Instagram.
no, that's not what it says. Oh my god, I can't use it.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
We'll do it after.
Well, yeah.
Might be a reach. See what happens. Are you sitting on the rail?
No, I can bring it in.
Yeah, you might be able to rail.
So Wendy, this one, right?
I'll give you a zoom of this one,
Yep.
and then I'll zoom out with the laser when you're
Yes,
Is that
please.
also
Thank
black
you.
coral?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna rail in.
Yeah, go for it. Wires.
Same.
Are you doing your PhD?
Yeah, a little snail at the top. Or truncates, probably.
Yeah.
So these are for you.
Back camera.
Is that the max zoom we can get?
We're gonna pick up. And
Ah, perfect. Thank you, guys. Mine looks different.
It's because I'm a like.
No, it's not. No, where? No, but what? Say it again. Oh. Yeah, so like, yeah, okay.
Here's a picture of it with the lasers first.
So wait, hold on, not this guy here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Thank
Oh,
you,
okay,
this,
yeah,
this dude.
So much
Cup coral's nice, but not the cup coral. No.
We go.
Yeah.
Camera with that angle kind of long or something, because it's hard to do this.
You want me back up?
No, well, Rachel. This is
Lisa Sharp.
that's pretty zoomed in.
Try something.
I guess it's.
Okay. That's okay.
Grab
So
it
let's
and give
just.
us an image.
Yeah, exactly. So let's just get it with the lasers, and then we will. Oh my gosh, where are they? Oh, there we go. Right there. Yes, perfect. And then, so if we sample it just before we stow it, we get a good shot of these. Thank you. Perfect. No props. Let's see. So yours looks different to mine.
What's it called again?
Oh no, okay, it's the same. It just looks allow based. Yeah. And so then it comes in there. And then you're like, okay, that's the wrong one. But in
Adjust
theory,
that one.
then you
Yeah.
go, and then you say, where it goes, you can take off the attribution. If you go up where it goes to whatever, say none. Back. And then you go, look, that's cool. And you say,
Allow access.
yes. And it like opens that, but, and you can feel like, oh, I want it in my feed or whatever. But the good thing is if you go into your photos, it should be saved in your photos. So go into your photos and see. Just record. Yeah, so you should be able to do it with it anyway. It wouldn't be like the same super high quality. Perfect.
It's compressed.
Let's fill this quick meet up, stop him.
Beautiful.
No push work.
Well, how would you like to take
No,
those?
no, no.
Oh.
I mean,
Yeah, just like smashing it.
Even if we find a set.
They're not even on the box.
They're not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're even,
That's what I'm saying.
today's just like all the sampling.
All the sampling.
Just like, you're gonna have so many samples to work out.
Yeah.
It's like years.
PhD.
Years of
The
exactly
PhD.
PhD. Years. Years and years. No wait, you have PhD already? Are you doctor?
No, masters. She's working on a masters. That's what I'm saying. She should. This is her PhD.
You have what? I mean, yeah. Well, you got a lot of samples. A lot of samples. Okay, you all good? You know what's happening after this?
We're going to waypoint 3 as fast as possible.
No, well, we're basically
At waypoint 3. We're about 50
So we need
meters
to
from
look
it.
for the low temperature
Venting.
radiator venting.
brilliant job.
Perfect.
That's,
Thank you.
us back on the move.
Pilots.
And continue
Yep.
to
So we're flying to waypoint 3 while looking for before we're looking for signs of venting.
Well, no, so it's
Thanks for the
so we're
e-rate.
at basically at waypoint 3. So we're looking for the crater and local discharge
Okay.
that we found. And then
Was
we need
there?
to
But there's a
key logger
marker
and
there.
squeezer. Yeah. Or I think we're
He's gonna
putting
give me
down.
one last one, yep.
Wait, we don't want to go too fast.
Yeah, definitely not, because we're looking for signs of venting.
Okay.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Sorry, you go ahead.
Get the message.
I'm gonna stop.
this will be okay. We're pretty close to the waypoint. anyway,
Exactly.
So, yeah. It's by the time he ramps up, you know.
Hello,
So
Rachel.
there's a
Hello,
big
how
wing.
are
Yeah, we're
you?
definitely stopping
Pretty
at
good, madam.
Yeah,
My eyes aren't very good, so you might have to look for
Not a
them.
problem.
I will.
That's all right.
Yeah, so we're in looking for venting. We're also looking for places that are clear of sediment. The low temperature venting is very hard to spot. The shimmering is less pronounced than it would be if it were 7 or 10 degrees. So we'll be doing a lot of zooming in to particular areas that are free of sediment, potentially washed away by fluid discharge, and trying to find that place where that we located on the previous dive on this part of Tengosed Seamount. So, can we get a geology snap with low bait flows? Oh, low bait. Sorry.
I'll do it.
Geology observation. Lava type low bait. First one. First one. Sheet flow. Second. Yeah. Perfect. And do we have, is that the previous waypoint from the previous dive in pink?
No, that's the
No.
waypoint for the ship.
Ah, got it.
Blue one.
Okay.
Waypoint 3 is the one with the hole, I believe.
I believe.
Where we're gonna
Okay.
put the temperature sensor.
Yep. So on the way, we're going to a waypoint where on a previous dive we were able to locate low temperature discharge, which is, in this case, water that's coming in to the seamount at bottom water temperature, which is around 2 degrees, heating up a little bit, so 1 degrees to 2 degrees Celsius above seawater temperature is the temperature when it exits. So its residence time is not as long as those fluids that are traveling through the upper part of the ocean crust and taking on a lot more heat. But it is long enough for it to be elevated and showing a little bit of shimmering.
No, a little faster.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. A little bit more sediment here, less potential places to look for fluid venting. The vent spots that we located before were, some of them were like mini caves or holes in the basalt. Yeah, so up here where these sort of fissures are, we might want to slow down a little bit just to get a closer look. Cool. Yeah, you can see how these sheets of lava have sort of broken apart and would fit back together like a puzzle. Couple of sea cucumbers. I'm gonna grab my water bottle. Yeah, so there was a question earlier about upon collection, do some of the specimens tend to float up instead of down when dropping in the collection bins? As everyone knows who's been listening, I am not a biologist, but I do follow Schmidt Ocean Institute, and their posts from several days ago was another cephalopod, cockatoo squid, and interestingly, it addresses this kind of a question. It's actually not filled with air or seawater. It has some combination of ammonia that achieves near neutral buoyancy in seawater. And I think some of the problems we've had with some of the collections are not necessarily related to them floating away, except potentially related to currents and swimming away in some cases. But it's interesting that some of these families of squid use that technique to sort of manage their buoyancy with chemistry. Can we get another, please, shot of the carbonate-looking white stuff in the? You can just say carbonate lava. Just take a picture. It doesn't matter. There you go. Thank you. Yeah. So we're also trying to understand the geology in this region. Most geologists spend their time walking around on land and mapping and taking samples and analyzing them in labs and trenching and all sorts of methods to understand the geologic history and the order of events that created the landscapes that we observe. And this is a really rare opportunity that we've had here on this cruise to observe different things than we've ever seen in terms of seafloor geomorphology, or the evolution of the seafloor and how it's been shaped by geologic processes. This is wild. Wow. Okay, so this is the site where we found low temperature, local discharge, meaning the fluid has gone in this outcrop, warmed up a little bit, and come out another part of this large, seamount, not outcrop. Wow, this is cool. This looks like a...
It was only 3 or 4, but that's, I mean, it's gushing.
Yeah. Look at...
You're not getting far enough. It's probably diffused up there by the time you're actually over there.
What is that? Wow. Okay. Yeah. Of the white? Yeah.
White and in the upper.
Yep.
The other thing, the black thing.
Yes,
Tell
that's
Beth.
exactly where we sent people there.
overlying. Yeah. I got.
Last time we were here, we tried to get squeezers, but they failed. So I do want to try that again.
Okay.
And it wouldn't hurt to do another temperature measurement before we put the temperature logger in there.
Yeah, so this collapse looking feature at the base is the spot where we encountered sort of massive low temperature fluid exiting the seamount. And there's a couple objectives here. One would be to sample the fluid directly using a squeezer. We've had a few mechanical challenges with the squeezers and their deployment. What they do is basically suck in very rapidly a volume of fluid exiting the seamount that we can take in and analyze. We seem to resolve that issue, so it'd be great to try again here. And obviously there's a lot of excitement right now. Drop a GoPro in there. Yeah, so exactly what we're going to do is try and drape this temperature logger, a thermistor that I brought from Andy Fisher, to measure temperature through time and how that responds to all sorts of things like barometric and tidal forcing and pressure changes at the seafloor. We don't know what those data will reveal, but in other seamounts where we've deployed thermistors, you can actually see the tidal forcing, in part because these systems are very permeable. So even those small changes in pressure are observable in the temperature of the fluids that are coming out. Think of it as sort of squishing the formation a little bit and pumping out a little bit more or less water as a function of where you are in the tidal cycle. It's like a collapse. Yeah, but you can't even see it on the.
Yeah.
We were just commenting on how awesome it is that we located this spot. This is a very large seamount, and there is some luck involved, obviously, in deep sea exploration in terms of finding sites like this. Our coverage is probably 1/100th of this seamount, so look at the layering up in those fractured basalt.
Can we, I guess, move this camera over here for them to see?
Yeah, that's a good idea. Sit cam on the screen.
Screen for them to see.
Wow.
I'm gonna zoom in, okay?
And then what's our temperature?
Wow.
Just watch that cable, but I don't want to.
How do we get that screen?
Yeah. You're still good. Sure, it looks like it's stripped out.
Okay.
Are you connected?
No, it's really like that.
It's like that? Yeah. Sure.
Yeah.
Are we able to let the stream see this, or is that?
Yeah, what you see
what
In the
this
top left corner.
is what they see.
Yep.
Okay, awesome. Wow. It's a,
Remember, there's a delay. That's why.
so this is a sinkhole looking feature if we were on land.
Yeah, this was the same problem we had last time. Good nurse trial. Can we actually zoom in more on the sit cam to see if there's actually shimmer? Yeah, there's a little bit. I can see it. Where you see the black on the right side.
Yep.
I see the shimmer.
That's right. So we can iris up to the more.
It's actually a good call.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I wanna see if we can find anywhere like this.
I'm gonna pull the arm up on that like a couple of
Yeah. You're gonna need some marks.
Yep.
The funny thing is when I came up, I just saw 2.64, which is the max.
Hmm.
Just trying to make sure it's.
Let me go back to my notes.
I'm not going to here.
I think that's even higher. I think that's higher. There's like a curve up on both sides.
We haven't looked at that one yet. Okay. Yeah, so the max we measured last time was 3.2. Back in the notes. But we did a lot of finagling, of like, how could we sit to like get the arm down there, and then we had to reposition.
I'll say you go to the fucking shoot.
Huh.
Could be coming from below. Could be, yeah, it could be coming from below, but you see that, though?
Yeah, I think, I mean, this is like a lot of water coming out of this hole, so I
Right.
think where we are looking, we're looking through that bottom.
Blue hole, you know, Florida.
Yeah, exactly, it's like a blue hole.
Are you happy to deploy the T-Pro?
Yeah, because I don't think we're gonna get that out here. I also don't think we'll get a good squeezer, so it's not really worth it. Just save it.
Let me, just wrap it.
Yeah, no, that's a good call. One second there. Got one how far it goes.
So when you,
I can, 14.
in the free text, or the temperature measurement, you can just write, it fails because we're gonna get it.
Better.
Yeah, so maybe just, failed because couldn't reach. Could not. Yeah, reach. R-E-A-H, yeah. No, sorry.
Okay.
So what are we gonna be planning?
So now I use the short arm and grab the T-Pro. Just that little arm that I found. And then you probably want to approach up and just get that back. See the little leak on the torso.
And
No,
forward valve off one.
Oh, okay. Is that enough?
Yeah.
Crust.
Are you gonna open it?
Yep.
Give you some slip.
Yeah, so there's some challenges trying to get a good temperature measurement just because we have the large porch in front of us with all of SuBastian's tools and the tether to the ship. So there's just a bit of a challenge with getting the arm to extend long enough to do a full temperature measurement. But what we are planning to do at this site is deploy one of those high precision thermistors sort of hanging in that hole using a dive weight and allow that's been set to record once an hour for the next probably would run for 10 years if we left it there given the data storage capacity, but that will give us a glimpse of how that venting fluid temperature changes through time, if at all. At least in other seamounts, there has been variability associated with not just tidal forcing or tidal signature of pressure changes, but potentially also local earthquakes or other potential changes to the formation. Those are rubber bands that we used to hold down the weight and the float that are now sort of floating in the water column.
Just want to jump in real quick to give a heads up to our audience viewing at shore. We, of course, are planning to stream the entire dive, at least our bottom time, but I did want to give an update. It looks quite nice out there if you look in the right direction, but that rain that we saw earlier is getting here. So we'll see how our internet does. Hopefully we make it through, or the storm is very short. But just wanted to give a heads up and ask for your patience as we try to get this deep sea dive out to you. I saw. Yeah, I just showed them.
Hey, let's we're gonna regroup them. I'm gonna grab it. I'm gonna grab it just with this one, and then I'll reset. I think I have better reach. Okay. You know what? Maybe we have better reach and start with it. No, let's just try. At the very least, we'll make it a swing.
Wow.
So what happens if that thing falls in there?
Rest it on an edge and then shake it back.
Nothing happens. We just lose it.
Someone else gets it.
Yeah.
That's a joke.
Okay, take full. No data.
No.
No data.
Look, it's Father's Day.
It's Father's Day. I can
That was a
I can
dad joke. That was a little dad joke. Can we get a zoom on this again?
Yep. That's
I think it's hanging over the edge there.
Yeah, a little bit.
Are you happy with that?
I think that's good.
The weight looks good.
Yeah.
What I'll do is I'm just gonna kind of move the arm forward and make sure that weight's not gonna slide
Yeah,
down.
yeah.
And
Yeah.
the whole thing into the holes. Let's try to see, just get that zoom in.
cool. Oh, God.
Everyone makes varying degrees of discomfort.
Shoulder down.
You're getting
Yeah,
hammered.
we've got a slack in between.
I think we're happy with that.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna release them.
See you in December.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, now it's a little bit better.
Oh, come on, X.
X, show your face.
It's on store.
Yep, exactly. Can you take a highlight, Wendy, to grab the sit cam?
Let me center it a little bit.
Okay.
I'm gonna measure this too.
Zoom in.
Oh yeah, that's definitely over the edge.
Yep.
Yeah. No, it's right at the edge for sure.
Can you take another highlight, please, Wendy? Thank you.
Nice placement of that.
Well,
Well, I'm still to get that. But you know, when we come back, the other thing is we could use Excalibur to kind of
fish it out.
fish it out.
Yep.
A little hook, or there's all sorts of things we can do with that. So. There's a nice loop on the handle there too.
Excited to see.
So many ways.
I'll be watching from the comfort of home.
We'll send you a text. We're there. Yeah, we're good.
Yeah.
Hi. Yes. Yes.
Yep. That's
I
deep.
wrote down the number in the diet plan just in case.
Okay.
Okay, so can we come wide on the camera? And we'll actually look around a little bit. Our next, we want to get some of the rock material
And
around
some,
here.
and looking and a few snaps of this to see if it's tapering out, which it appears to be. I'm just sending that, and the lava actually, or what we think might be basalt over it, so the stratification of that.
I don't think these are basalts.
That's what one person said from one site. So I think
What?
we're not sure if they're basalts, right?
We've
but
collected a sample of this. It's not basalt.
on Tengosed?
Yeah,
Okay.
from this hole.
From this hole, this top stuff?
It's the
Or-
stuff that was right in front of it. This
Okay.
black stuff.
Yeah.
It's just a mudstone.
But
with
what about
black
the
crusty
stuff
stone.
on top?
It's all the same material. It's
Just
just soaking
collapse.
down. We can get it.
Yeah, yeah.
What I'm
No,
trying-
that
saying
Maria
is I
wants
don't
it.
think it's-
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
I'm trying to figure out where we can sample it the best. I think we'll have our best luck actually sampling it behind us, not right in this
Okay.
pit,
Yep.
because then we can actually sit down in the sedimented area below us.
Cool.
But it doesn't hurt.
Is that what you want to sample?
Not this.
I just want a video of
I
it.
could just put inside the hole.
Hold on.
And we see the shimmer coming up from the hole behind us.
Yep. We're in the shimmer.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah, it's a lot
That's
of volume.
awesome.
One thing, Ben, that I was thinking, if you want a rock from over there, you may want to just be careful flying over this hole with our downwash.
Yeah, I don't want it from this hole. So what we're gonna
Look at
do
more of that. That's crazy.
is, if you remember, there was like a little washout zone just behind us.
Yeah.
So we're gonna pick up and come back and sit down over there.
Okay, that's on my right.
Yeah, because I don't want to try to sample right in here. That's just gonna be too complicated. But the rock we picked up last time was like this.
That one. Yep.
So it's the same material. So we can go ahead and pick up Ben,
Okay.
and then we'll come around and look for a good spot to get this material.
No, land over here in the washout.
Okay. I'm just going to pick you up some delta. You're about 60. We're about so.
Okay, we go. That is a pretty deep hole.
Yeah, it's.
It's impressive.
It almost looks like
I mean,
a hole.
okay, so if this isn't, where's the basalt?
It's all below
Underground.
us. There's
So
pillow basalts way down below. This is all this ooze.
So then is it off-axis volcanism that formed this? Like that's the only way that makes sense. Oh, good view of Site X.
And like this, the little triangle white back there, that actually connects through to it.
Yep.
So let's look here. Where
Oh,
we
that's a
can
nice
sit
shot.
down.
Can we get a shot of just that so we can see the scale and X in there?
Some of it for
Site
a
X?
moment,
Okay.
For a second, just for,
I'll put it right back on us.
Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, I just wanted to look around to see where was a good spot for us to land.
So once I'm in position, you'll. Okay, this is the area you were looking at. This is the chute.
Yeah.
And I could probably land on top of that rock, the big rock there.
Mm-hmm.
If that's what you want.
What? Can you keep coming back a little bit? Because
Roger that.
this is also it, and it might be easy to get in there.
There's the chute.
Yeah.
Mm.
So yeah, because I don't see how
That
much of
little
a
notched,
dip there is.
yeah.
It's going to be hard to get
That's a-
samples.
So
Maybe around the other.
So we have a couple goals, Ben. We want to try to get this black material and the white material underneath it, and so it's there. It's also underneath this ledge.
Mm-hmm.
So
I can try and put the land over there if you want, and then look left or right. What do you think?
where are you referring? Like sit on this?
Yeah, sit right on over there, right on top.
Got some folks with questions about the weather, which of course we are keeping an eye on. I will say it does look like it's skirting a little bit, so we might not even get it. But the thing about this, it hasn't been bad seas. You know, we've gotten these on and off. It's kind of a rainy season here right now. So they pass pretty quick. It's mostly just thunder, lightning, and rain. We aren't really getting bad seas out of it. But we have folks asking, what if the ROV was down and one of these hit us and it was a real squall? With these ones, since they're done so quickly, the ROV takes hours to recover at these depths. We would probably just try and sit it out. One, like I said, it's hours to recover. By the time it got up with these smaller ones, it'd probably be gone by the time we got up. And two, it would probably be safer to just leave it down there. We do have like compensation on the winches and that sort of thing. Recovering in that weather, if the weather was bad enough that we shouldn't have launched it in the first place, we wouldn't want to recover it. And that brings me to the next point. If it's bad weather and bad seas, and it's supposed to be long, like we're in a big storm system, we probably just wouldn't launch the ROV in the first place. But yeah, if we're already down and one of these little fronts comes through, like I said, they don't stick around for too long. We would probably just leave it in rather than try and recover in that. But fingers crossed, this one, oh, the rain is starting to get here maybe? I saw some. It's either that or they're cleaning.
Any rainbows?
No rainbows yet, I don't think. Let's see.
So you see this here? This is what I'm talking about. Right there. We think we have to sneak in there. Sit down and actually gouge out a sample from the wall. And then we're not worried about knocking this down.
Yeah. Exactly.
First one. Yeah. Yeah. The first one.
Yeah. Right, because I was like, there was sediment in front of it.
Yeah.
You could sit on it.
Big one. Just keep in mind your
Hopefully it's not quicksand.
GoPro on the side there. But I think we leave this in that lane, like in the sand.
Yeah, roger that.
Oh, another.
This one's what you want.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Any of this
The
stuff.
top, the top, and the white underneath.
I'm just gonna.
I mean, those like 10-foot cliffs that we saw on the 30-hour dive, or a 10-meter cliff.
And it's like every seamount has one of those.
Yep.
And then there's like a spot
That's right.
at the top.
Yep.
Like so Caballito was like this.
Yep. And so was
Fuente,
Fuente.
yeah.
Yep.
It's like pillow salts and then this crusty and then maybe there's a spot above it where there's pillows.
Yep. So the I've sent. I'm in chats with a woman who focuses on this area. And she's fascinated.
Well, it makes me think back to the geology paper from the site, where it was like using all the imagery to be like, sheep, low bait. And I was
Yeah,
like,
maybe
that's all
not.
wrong.
It's all wrong.
It's all wrong.
Which is that's good. That's progress.
Yeah. And I remember we even sampled like mud at some point.
Yes.
We're like, what is this white stuff?
Yep. No, we
Did put it together, yeah.
Yep. And we brought it when we got it on the ship. It was like soft serve ice cream.
Yeah.
That stuff.
Alright, we just need to watch that heat flow probe.
Yeah, watching it.
Where is it?
Can we get the view of the heat flow probe over here, Alex?
So I can stare at it.
That's going to take a little moment, but I'll get up there.
Let's just come through my feet.
The thing is, the probe like right underneath there. Is he still that might be a little bit of reach?
I'm gonna program in. I can't see the pole in front of me.
Oh, this is a great shot. I got it.
But now I'm not all left.
Cool.
I'll get that crop, so it's just the inflow for
Oh, it's fine. This is
This is yeah. This that's
just
good.
need to be able to see it.
Makes us feel better.
Yeah. Well, and if we end up slurping anything too, then you got a better look at the slurp canisters there.
Yep.
Yeah, that this is kind of deceiving, but
Could we get the lasers on just to get a bit of scale?
reach to get back in here.
Yeah, it's gonna be a reach.
Laser should be on still.
Oh, they are. Oh, sorry. Yep, I see them. Sorry.
Or did you want to collect a rock sample from here?
If possible.
Yeah, we wanna get a scoop of the white stuff.
Okay.
And then, if possible, to break off ledge, that's great. If not, we can pick up some of this ledge that's just clearly fallen off in front of it.
Do, let's go to starboard. And I guess that's good to the back left there.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, so I think we could
Could we bring down the light just a little bit so that we can get more detail on the white stuff?
definitely bringing it closer to reality.
Okay, well, let's grab the scoop first, in case we have to keep the torch.
Watching.
Yeah, because if you did get in, I could probably scoop up. You know,
This is wild.
It doesn't look like a, Rachel, it doesn't look like a contact.
No, because there's no alteration.
Yeah. And
So,
it's not
and you,
hooked.
no, that's what she said. She was like, the fact that there's no alteration at the margin suggests there's either
Watch out, will be more.
like a fissure
That plane's are
opened up and or filled in with.
There's so much of this everywhere.
There's so
You can't
much.
do that.
Oh, and it's a short contact. It's like there's none, and then there's 3 meters. So how does that happen?
I guess that's it. Sorry.
Okay. What else?
So sitting in that hole, the background temperature reading was 2.34.
Yep.
And in here it's 2.25.
So it's just warming a
Yeah.
little bit in that whole. I mean, it's just a massive amount of fluid coming out.
Yep.
I can't believe we found that.
I don't
All
know
right.
if 14.
So the goal here is to actually collect a sample for geology to try and understand what we're looking at here.
Oh yeah, right.
Maria Sandoval is on the ship with us and is very interested in understanding this interlayering of what looks like some kind of carbonate or carbonaceous ooze that has potentially lithified underlying siltstone or claystone.
Don't try to just throw yourself over there. Yeah,
And the pillow salts are far below this. So the age deposition is somewhat inverted, and it's interesting for that reason.
Thanks, Ben.
I'm here too, Adam. If you want to finish.
I'll just try to give it a little scoop here, unless we have to reposition.
We're trying to get them.
We're just trying to get a little closer to get a little under the edge there.
Gotcha.
I think you round, may be able to. Did you land on the porch or the round down?
Put a porch in and then ram on.
Yeah.
So porch in first.
Keep an eye on your heat flow over this side. There's a rocket there, right there.
Alright. Porching in a little. I don't know what we're on, to be honest with you. Industrial underscoop.
Let's scoop it after 3,000.
Alright. Coming in with this port ram. Just bring this in.
It's coming in, Adam. Adam. Yeah, it's coming in. Yeah, okay.
Where are you trying to go to?
As far as you can go.
A second spin to the port, you need to bring the arm close to the wall.
Let's have a see.
Stand by.
Okay, so we are going to use the scoop to try and sample some of this white layer that we see.
Okay, I'll bring it over.
Yeah.
And then I'll pull this.
That,
Tell me when you're happy. Alright, I don't want to go too close to the arm, but there's the wall.
yeah.
Alright. watch the top of the elbow. Yep, there you go. Good. All right. And go a little bit more if necessary. Yeah, keep going. All right, some more. Good. All right, I'll stop.
Oh yeah. Look at that. Crazy.
It's like halva.
It's like tufa.
If you wanna, are you happy?
Tufa deposit.
All right, I'm gonna have
Oh,
to,
halva. I know what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm not gonna send that out. I love halva.
I do too.
Is that enough? Is that
Yeah,
enough for you?
I think that's a good.
Didn't get a
That's a
big sample.
great sample. I don't know if you got enough here.
It's kind of like when I give Meadow the spoon and the icing.
Yeah, just a little bit. I need a bigger spoon.
Baba?
Yeah, we're gonna put that in
I'll
BioBox
just
30 ARB.
a little bit and then we can dump the rest.
Just a little like.
Maybe a little more. I don't know if you got
More is
enough.
better.
Yeah.
No.
I think Maria will be happy with this one.
Sorry, BioBox 1.
Three
About three.
or 3 ARB.
All right, portion out.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. I know, sorry, I got distracted. My shift was over. I know. Well, you're heading to more excitement. So the escape part is coming up, but we have to fly fast.
So we've got the handover happening with the scientists. So good time to catch people up who are just getting here. Currently collecting a sample at 2,000 meters below the surface of the Pacific Ocean off of Costa Rica. This is live footage from the remotely operated vehicle SuBastian. So think of it, a little robot submarine on a very long umbilical tether up to the research vessel Falcor 2. And we are diving on Tengosed Seamount.
I am signing off. Thanks for an exciting hour. See you tomorrow. And I'm going to hand off to Emily.
There's that handoff happening. So Tengosed Seamount, anyone who's been following this expedition, and if you want to get caught up on the expedition, you can check out the hashtag Octo Odyssey on Twitter, but you can also go to schmidtocean.org, and we've got an expedition page there, including some fantastic blog posts that'll get you all caught up. But we have previously visited Tengosed, and we found a skate nursery here. So although we were looking for an octopus garden, or a brooding ground, or a nursery, as you might call it, we instead found a skate nursery, where these flat sharks were laying their eggs in pretty abundant numbers, it looked like. So we're revisiting that seamount today, and we are moving pretty quickly across the top of it in a hope to get back to where we found the skate eggs, and we will check that all out. Let me actually pull up the map. All right, so here's your map. We are at waypoint 3. The next waypoint is the area where we saw the skate eggs, waypoint 4 up top. And something we're interested in is up here, there does seem to be a little bit of a bowl. And we visited this area, and we found the skate eggs, but we haven't visited on the other side of the bowl yet. So that's our hope, is to get over there. And then we've got more waypoints a little later on. But we are going to be headed back up to where we found the skate eggs, the skate nursery. Check that out and explore further. And thank you for everyone who is exploring with us. If you have any questions about what we're looking at, feel free to type those in the chat on YouTube or Facebook, and we try to answer those as we can.
I like two. Two is easy. 8 is my nemesis.
I like number 8. It's an Octo Odyssey.
We so far.
Pretty good. Can't complain. You? Good.
1 hour to the soul. I'm unfortunate for it. Some more.
Okay, so there's some interest in a coral collection here before we move on to the next waypoint. So it's this guy here that sort of looks like a snowflake. So yeah, we'd want to have a zoom of the whole thing, and then with the lasers on and off, and then also a zoom of the polyps, please.
Lasers are on currently? Somewhere?
Oh yeah, I see them.
I can do that. Let me see where we're at. Oh, yeah, we're at black. Okay. I'm gonna do some stuff, but I don't know what's gonna happen. So.
Is the prop wash kind of a current we're creating? Yeah. Okay.
Color wash.
Mm-hmm.
Just tuck it in just in case that. Alright, that got rid of everything but try something fast. Alright.
It's looking better, I would say.
And then
Could we have a zoom of the polyps as well, please?
just a little bit closer.
Thank you. Are those all the things you need? Do you need any more images? No? You're happy? Okay. Are you wanting the whole thing collected? Okay. So we're wanting to try and collect the whole thing with the base as well?
Okay.
Yeah? If possible.
Hold on, actually, it's not for you. I'm just trying to get rid of all that scatter. Yeah. For a
You're
minute.
wanting to try and keep the base? Yeah, as well. Okay.
Alright.
Thank you.
You might not be able to reach that, dude. Yeah, so now we have the picture, I can move. Yeah. Alright.
What kind of color is this? What kind of color is this? And it looks like this. Is a black color and the camera is umbrella pattern. Umbrella pattern. Okay, cool. The black color you said. Oh, cool. Okay. So I'm being told this is a black coral in the genus Umbellapithecus. And it's the one that there's been some interest in.
That one at the. Gotcha, yeah.
So to allow them to get a really good look at this coral and try and identify it as well. We're going to collect the whole sample, including the base, because the base that attaches to the sediment is also a taxonomic feature of interest.
What's the picture? This is how I only allow you to
Yeah, but I don't know what that is.
No, no, they're working. Yes.
Oh, is it this?
Can you take a highlight this way? Can you grab a highlight just so that we can get that?
You still wanting this collection? Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Let me. Get me out 5 meters.
It's a tricky spot to settle the ROV down here because there's some quite big boulders sort of right where it would be ideal to set down. But in the meantime, we're getting a really nice view of the sledge with all the coral diversity. Sponges and galatheids and all sorts of things.
This crater must have been here for a while to have these sponges and corals attached to it.
Sponges. 19? Try that.
Nice.
So this, if we can try to grab it and pull instead of cutting, so we can try to get the mix that's attached to the rock.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can bring you in closer if needs be. Just watch that part of the ledge right there, so you don't touch it. Okay.
Just wanted to see which part of this mesh is the best.
You ever gain more?
So if I get it way up there, I can grab and cut it. Alright.
You spin it.
It may not cut.
She has one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a very valid. I can do it. You do it.
Yeah, that's my reach there.
On yoga. First pitch.
There you go. Good. That's all I got. Nice. Watch your camera.
Okay.
Might down and pitch
There we go.
I feel like I'm just stripping. You got me.
No, that was good. It came off.
You got it all.
Yeah, with the base and all. That was perfect. Thank you.
Exactly how you think.
Yeah.
Can we get a glamour shot before it goes into full focus?
Yes. Prove some light for you. Oh, nice.
That's cool.
Oops, too much.
Is it possible to hold it up in the black? So it's nice.
That is pretty cool. We got some photographs of that. Nice.
I'll take one too.
Yeah.
Okay, Wendy's already got highlights. I'm good.
Yeah, great. That was going into Coral Quiver too.
Yeah.
Great.
What now?
What now?
Huh?
Did you say what now?
I said I'm pushing out.
Oh.
Well, yeah.
Hearing
whatever.
things.
But also, since you did bring it up.
Well, we're flying fast to waypoint 4, and fast is in bold. So.
We need props.
Okay.
I like your enthusiasm.
Everybody sits next to me today is like fly real fast.
Yeah. Well, this time it's in bold, so I hope you have a supersonic fast button.
It's because we have to go with a kilometer.
Right. Which rocks are you wanting?
We're gonna try to get right where that coral was. There was like a little bit of ledge.
You got a risk.
Okay.
We're gonna try to break
Yeah,
that,
it won't fall.
Right.
and then we might pick up something from down below.
Mm-hmm. Do we know what kind of rock this top of the ledge is made of?
Not certain.
Okay.
The last sample we collected was just a mudstone with this rusty black stuff on it.
Right.
Alright, it's coming off of the circle, the whole thing, to grab it again. Is she gonna? It's off. You're gonna put it forward. There you go. With more light. I don't have any to turn on, but sure. Forward, like, a little more forward, forward. Move your gear so you can see where it is. What's that?
Great.
the middle of your jaws. That's it. Oh, yeah. Thanks. Nice. I missed that 7 times before I got to team. I know, like, I had no doubt in my mind. I mean, I was like, that looks cool. Looks. I'm just glad that wasn't trying to go into 8. We had to do these on one job, and like earlier this year, we get all the way back to the back of the porch. So you were like, Fred bless us. Get off shit crying.
Oh man.
You want to be the first person in the chair to just fill the easy ones. And say, I'm out. I don't know, guys. What's wrong? Yeah. All right.
Okay.
Now we get to
Fantastic,
destroy
thank you.
rocks.
Yes.
Yeah. So if we zoom back up to where the wall was, there was a little bit of like thin ledge. I'm not sure if you want to use the cork nib or the starter. So just like grab onto it and see if we can break it off. See what I'm talking about
So,
right
like,
there?
that
Set up
part
this
there,
bit.
wavy part.
Yeah. I want to try to get a sample of that, and then we're going to try to get a piece from below us that's falling down.
Bless you.
Which way are you gonna do? Cork nib. Okay.
Come around. Go on, 1, 2.
What was that one?
Go on.
Okay. I like that. I like it.
Yeah, there's some interesting.
Word for word, would that be
We're interested in seeing what these rock types are. So we're going to break off a section, or attempt to break off a section of this top skinny ledge. Last time it was collected from, there was any rocks collected from this area, it turned out to be kind of a mud rock with a black crust on top.
Oh no, you're right. Yeah.
So we'll see if we find anything different this time in this piece of ledge.
No, you're good. Still good. Okay. A bit more. Alright, let me bring it in closer. Okay. Now that that's out of the way, just keep it right, because it's really that rock.
And I'm sure you guys are both conscious of this, but if we try to break and it makes the ROV move, it just looks like we're getting really close to rocks with this.
Oh, that's, yeah. I don't see any shadows on my board.
Okay,
Right.
okay.
Yeah, right.
Just want to make sure. Oh, it looks like there's a nice crack in that rock already. It's just so pretty to break off.
Hopefully.
Take the class.
Yes.
Right here.
Yes.
Nice stand by.
Yeah.
You happy with that? Oh.
Yeah, see,
That's
it's muddy.
that
It's
mud
mud
rock,
stuff.
yeah.
It is not lava.
I'm gonna
Interesting.
Before you move, can we get a zoom of what we just broke on the ledge?
Yeah, very. That's mud.
Okay, so then what we'll do instead, we don't need to keep breaking it off the top, is we'll look down in front of us to see if there's some places we can go.
Okay.
Now, if it's already broken off, it's just sitting there, it might be easier to go. Oh, gently with the, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We have questions about what determines the length of the dive. It can be based on the objectives. You know, we try to have enough time for whatever the objectives at a given site are. And then obviously within an expedition, if you're visiting multiple sites, you want to be able to have a dive at each site. And so it's kind of a whole scheduling affair, right? You try to get enough time at each one, and sometimes it ends up with longer dives at a particular site of interest versus shorter dives perhaps at sites that are better understood already. But yeah, it can kind of just vary.
Can't really come to your start anymore. I can try to spin to the right or clockwise. Kind of come down. And then yeah, you can now. Good. Well, that one said it's an issue. There you go. You got it.
Nice.
We should.
Yeah, since this doesn't seem to be basalt, it seems to be this.
Yeah. No spinning.
It seems to be this very fragile mud rock instead, very soft. We're just picking some up off the ground instead. See if we can get a larger section.
Sure. There's nothing in there.
Don't really want to go out even more. It's just off it up. I can risk it. Yeah, you're gonna get spotted. Okay.
Into rock box A. It's going into. Yeah, put it into.
No, I think that's all we need. Final thing, fire and his piece.
But you can't break that one off. Yeah. Whoa, challenge.
Yep, and so finally, before we head off here, we're firing a Niskin to collect a water sample.
Yeah. First. Anybody's still inside. Me and the room excited.
You're right.
Yep.
So yeah, up and down there, just pick up all as fast as we can until they work.
Big one, small one, but one of each.
Yeah, one of each please.
So firing this.
4, 5. Alright, can't really help you with the sit at all.
Yeah, pretty much this view, this is all we get. Oh, yeah, you're in it, yeah.
So said we're firing Niskins 4 and 5. Okay.
Well, that's what we're gonna try to do.
Okay.
Exactly.
I mean, let's see, I guess, if they fire correctly, but yes. Yep. So 5.
Alright, that's good. Yep.
So,
Alright.
Okay.
Niskins get the sample on board as well.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Laundry?
Lunch.
Oh, lunch. Even better.
Yes. Both in the same place.
Good time. Thanks, guys.
Yeah. No problem.
And 5 was. 4.
4 o'clock. Can I get a little glamour shot of this awesome spot?
Yeah, let me just make sure that this is fire.
No, I just want to let you know before you took off.
I guess like walking near coral or
Yeah, or like water in the
coral
crater.
ledge or something. Yeah, crater.
I can't see it. What do you want? What do you want to see?
Yeah.
So he's sitting on his throne like that?
Yeah, just playing around with plates on that.
Thank you.
Alright, where's
So now we've done everything we want to at this waypoint. We're picking up and moving quite a long distance, moving about 1,000 meters.
And then we don't like zooming on hands specifically.
Moving about 1,000 meters to waypoint 3. So we'll just be picking up off the sediment. Ooh.
happy with the lighting?
I am. Yeah, that's real nice.
Yeah.
Good detail on.
I read it.
And then just a full zoom out when we're done with this. It's almost the room, as you said.
It's a great shot.
Right there.
Put it more light.
No, it's alright, because that'll be the same going in.
Alright.
Alright, thank you.
Okay.
I've seen a load of these really big gallophiids,
That's what I was thinking.
and they're massive compared to the normal ones you see. And yep, so now we're picking up off the ground. We're not stopping anywhere between the two waypoints. And we're flying as fast as we can between waypoints 2 and 3. Sorry, waypoints 3 and 4.
That's pretty much gonna take the rest of our shit.
It's quite a long distance to travel. It's about 1 kilometer, 1,000 meters. Once we get there, we'll be in the area that was previously identified as the skate nursery, where we found a lot of those skate eggs. We did actually find some skate eggs. We collected a couple of skate eggs. Some of them were not viable, but there was one that did appear to have some development occurring inside. So we were able to confirm that it does look to be an active
Hello,
skate nursery.
Got an updated waypoint for you, and we're gonna boogie 0.5 to get there. 0.5 to the next waypoint, alright? Thank you.
I've heard Captain Pete's voice. It's pretty quality because I've been working the past 7 years with him.
Before you acted.
Well, because Eric's not here, so he's gonna actually like on the bridge.
Once we're at the skate nursery, we'll have a good look around. We'll look for some signs of venting. Then eventually we'll be following the summit heading north. There's a sort of second summit that we'll head towards that I don't think we've been to yet. We'll be able to explore that for some signs of venting. There's also some more sort of pronounced edge features that we'll have a look at later on in the dive. Do we have an idea of how long this
Very.
transit will take?
It'll take a while. So we're going roughly 0.4 meters a second.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say every 5 seconds we go meter and a half. So 12,
My brain's shut off.
8 meters a minute. We have to go how many?
1,000 meters.
About 8 meters a minute.
Yeah. A while.
So we are headed from waypoint 3 to waypoint 4, which, as you heard, was the skate nursery we saw before. And then we have a couple other waypoints up there, including the other side of this little depression, this little bowl up there. The skate eggs are on one side. We're kind of curious what's on the other side. And then we'll head on and got a couple more.
What's the sort of max speed that you can transit with this sub?
Well, right now, I'm not going full out because the ship's going to
Yeah.
fall behind.
Mm-hmm.
I was going full out with this, would probably be about 0.6,
Mm-hmm.
going all the way up to 0.8.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
But
But yeah, you can't leave the ship behind. Yeah, I feel like that often seems to be the limiting factor.
yeah.
You have to wait for the ship to follow you.
Plus, if you go too fast, you're not really concerned about it. It just gets crazy. So,
Mm-hmm.
or singing.
So from anyone wondering whereabouts on the seamount we are, we've come up the sort of a southern flank, it looks like, and where there's a little bit of a ridge, a sort of flat ridge, but a slightly raised area that we're transiting towards, up towards the second summit. And then eventually, after a few waypoints, we'll kind of be at the edge of a what looks like a large crater. And then we'll be skirting around the edge of that crater towards the end of this dive.
That's so bad.
Ooh.
That's not fun. excited to go home in 4 days?
Pardon?
Are you excited to go home in a couple of days?
Yeah,
Or
I
you
think it
sad?
always gets. I think it always gets to the point towards the end of cruises and things. You're missing the comforts of home. I find that as well.
That's why you just gotta do what I do and just make this your home. And just like, well, so when you get off, it's like vacation.
True. Looking forward to sleeping in my own bed.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's always very appealing. And as nice as the food is, I'm looking forward to being able to choose what I have for dinner.
I'm just actually cooking.
Yeah,
Shockingly.
that's true.
What food are you looking forward to?
I have been thinking about a particular pizza that I've been wanting for about a week and a half now. I'm very upset that there hasn't been anything close to that. See, my husband mentioned this particular pizza about a week and a half ago, and he shouldn't have. He should have known better,
Yeah, just
because
cruel.
I've been thinking about it ever since.
Being from Philadelphia, do you have any Pat's or Gino's?
I've never actually been to either.
Wow.
I know. I can't remember what his opinion is, but I know my other half has an opinion, but I can't remember which one
Oh,
her
yeah.
preference
It's like,
was.
whatever.
Yeah, I'm like, whatever. A cheesesteak is a cheesesteak. I'll never be allowed back if I say that.
Yeah, no, that's pretty dangerous. So you're telling Jen an octopus is an octopus. Having me on sleep.
That's true. I'd be kicked off the ship if I said that. Thrown overboard. Whereabouts do you hail from when you're not on the ship?
I own a home in Florida.
Oh, nice. Is there any particular Florida famous food that divides opinion? Like the Philly cheesesteak?
Not too good with that.
No.
It's gotta be that ice cream they give to the astronauts.
Dippin' Dots?
Sorry?
Dippin' Dots?
Yeah, the ice cream that they have to dry the ice cream that they send to.
I don't know. I guess, I don't know. I've never had it. Lots of people are very particular about the key lime pie people for their style.
Oh.
I
Yeah.
just eat all of them, so I'm like, oh god, dude.
That's the thing, I'm not fussy, I'll eat anything.
I'm originally from Michigan, and there's definitely a divide there over Coney Island hot dogs.
Right.
Your
Right.
Detroit style, your Flint style, your Jackson style.
I'll have to go there and try them sometime, give my opinion.
Alright, gotta slow down. We'll get some rocks.
Ooh, look at that fish. He's cool. There we go.
We'll do. I never see that.
I'm forgetting the name of those. Those are the like toadfish or whatever they're called that have the kind of the feet. Yeah.
Should I do this?
We just gotta be with it. Right now we're so far away. We got enough tether up, but you start seeing it down in some porpoises and that's like a kite. So I'm just gonna let this shit catch up and slowly bring it in. So I'm just hanging out for a minute.
Someone said the backfish.
Oh, that's the one. Yes. I feel like I saw him around to the left. Kind of.
Yeah, you see what that didn't bother
Oh,
so much mud. Where we were earlier.
Which? The... Oh, yeah, I think it's just a rock.
We'll cool from a distance. I mean, not that it's anything wrong with rocks. I love rocks. Should do another white balance while we're here. I don't like this color.
Yeah, you want to do on
The arm.
the square patch on the arm?
If I can get you over there, yeah.
So for anyone wondering, one of the limiting factors in us being able to speed across from one waypoint to the other is that obviously we're tethered to the ship. So the ship does also have to catch up with us. So we're just hanging around here for a second while the ship catches up. We'll do some white balancing of the cameras to try and get the colours. If we see that batfish again, maybe we'll zoom in on it. But we'll just bide our time here for a second until the ship's managed to catch up, and then we'll be on our way again. But we're not doing any collections.
Works a little bit. We got a sail going on, so I'll try to set that in. Bring that in to 65. Bring that in to 65.
Mm.
So foggy.
Mm.
I like foggy.
Alright, Bridge, I see we're catching you a little late. Do you want us to slow down?
No.
No, keep going. We were kind of hanging out waiting for you guys to catch up.
Okay, no worries, I'll keep going.
Great.
Very considerate, that guy.
Yeah, so it looks like the ship's catching up with us a bit.
Yeah, yeah, it was 65.
So looks like we're on our way again a little bit. Little hermit crab scuttling around there by the looks of things. Yeah, some really nice variety in some of the corals we're seeing on these flat flatter kind of areas around the top of the seamount.
Did you see the little pinnacle we first landed on when we got to death this morning?
No?
Wow.
Yeah?
Really cool stuff down there, yeah.
Oh, cool. Some pretty big looking king crabs, something like that. Magidae under that ledge. Hard to see what they were, but cool looking.
Yes, I do. What, you saying you're hungry? Just a little bit. We are heading down, cruising 0.5 to here. In the booming. Ship is cruising 0.5 to there. Yes, this is Escape Nursery where we're headed. Yeah.
So we're probably now about a fifth of the way between the two waypoints, I would guess.
What's up, man? Oh, you get to sit with me. It's not what I thought I heard. You get to sit with you. I'm like, alright. A lot of sleeping tomorrow then. A lot of sleeping tomorrow. I will be sleeping tomorrow.
You want him to jump in? Okay. I'm going to jump off now and give way to Jorge, who will be leading the rest of this section of the transit.
Hello, Jorge Cortez, University of Costa Rica, taking over for the next hour. You are outside. It's a sunny afternoon, very different from yesterday, where we had a very strong rain with lightning and lots of pouring water. Muy buenas tardes desde el Falcor. Les habla Jorge Cortés de la Universidad de Costa Rica. Aquí seguimos en este monte Tengosed, que es una riqueza impresionante. Y en una tarde afuera, asoleada, aquí en el cuarto control no hay ventanas. Muy contrastante con el aguacero que tuvimos ayer. Moving from 3 to 4, yeah, that's a long haul there.
Yeah, it is.
And right now we're moving from waypoint 3 to waypoint 4, and it's a long distance, 1 kilometer between one and the other. That's the longest we're gonna do, and afterwards the other points which are closer by, we'll do some more deploy equipment, collect samples, and look for heat flow, not hitful, evidence of warm water coming out. Ahora nos estamos desplazando del punto 3 al punto 4 y que es la distancia más larga que vamos a recorrer durante esta tarde, que es 1 kilómetro entre un punto y otro. Normalmente son mucho menos, 200, 450, pero aquí nos interesaba ver unas formaciones en la parte de abajo atrás que estaban espectaculares, y ahora vamos sobre la cresta de esta sección de este monte que es muy grande hacia otro punto a donde esperamos ver rayas, agua caliente saliendo, y vamos a dejar un sensor de temperatura.
Sure.
You go to autos, you'll get some very, very fun. Give me up. This is just, I don't know why it's doing this to me. And it should. It's about 73.
We're impressed with this site. It's so many macrofauna here. Large octocorals, small octocorals, sponges, and attached to them many organisms. Hello.
Hey, boy. See cards, pain. You should see. So it's go with the eye. Do it with the eye. Seven.
You heard the planet moves from 3 to 4 relatively fast. It's quite a distance away.
What's he doing? 25. I know sometimes he's doing like, it's good. He's 24.5. It just looks like that. It's just because I'm frequency of it. Let's keep going. Let's see what it does. It starts when you back on 7.
I straighten it out soon. Right.
Someone is asking why when you're cruising there's less light and there's less light. Someone asked.
What was that, sorry?
While cruising,
Yeah.
someone said, but not that we're cruising, it looks like there's less light but it's the same or not?
Yeah, we're a little bit higher because we're trying to go fast,
Okay.
but we're only as fast as our handler above us.
Mm-hmm.
Not me.
No, right, the ship.
I think I didn't see that.
That's what it is.
Yeah, there seems to be less light. It's because we're flying higher than normal. We're trying to get to between these two sites, waypoint 4 and waypoint 3 and 4, which are a kilometer away. We're almost halfway there. And once we get there, we're gonna slow down and look. Several things were interesting. That is, you could spend hours in just one of these places. And as you can see, they're so different. Like here, we have all these sea stars that are present in other places, but not in this abundance here, as we see here. Ahora seguimos desplazándonos y se ve como menos luz porque estamos navegando a más alturas sobre el fondo, tratando de llegar a ese punto 4. Vamos por mitad del camino y se ve la diferencia de un lugar a otro. No podría pasar todo un día solo en un área pequeña aquí. En esta se ve la cantidad de estrellas que hay y otros organismos que hemos visto en otros lados, pero no en las densidades que vemos aquí.
Got an update for folks about the weather. Looks like that little front actually skirted past us, so didn't lose internet, but there's a little more rain on the horizon, so we'll keep an eye on it. And as always, thanks for exploring with us. And we are also just shy of halfway to waypoint 4. We're kind of just trying to make our way over there as quickly as possible. Waypoint 4, of course, is the skate nursery that we found on a previous dive to this location. So we're going to check that out. And then we also want to check out a couple areas beyond that. So stay tuned.
Como acaban de explicar en inglés, estamos desplazando este punto llamado 4. Ya habíamos estado ahí antes y se habían encontrado huevos de rayas. Es algo poco común a esta profundidad. Entonces queremos volver a ese sitio a estudiarlo en más detalle y ver si hay salidas de aguas calientes ahí. We're flying at a speed between 0.3 and 0.4 meters per second. Estamos navegando a una velocidad entre 0.3 y 0.4 metros por segundo. If you just tune in, we're moving between two sites of interest for our studies, and we're a kilometer away, so we're moving relatively fast. As I mentioned, between 0.3 and 0.4 meters per second. Interesting information. Huh. Yeah, in the other section we saw the round rocks. Here we only see their holes. And moving into another type of rock now. We're seeing here is different species of octocorals, black corals, glass sponges, swimming by our shrimp. And if we focus much closer, we'll see other groups. Aquí lo que vemos son principalmente octocorales. En este momento una esponja muy grande. Las otras esponjas de vidrio. Y muchas especies de octocorales y corales negros. for those tuning in, we're on Tengosed Seamount, about 220 kilometers from the Pacific coast of Costa Rica, at a depth of 1,946 meters. Now we're cruising on top of the seamount from point 3 that we call to a point 4, and we just want to cruise, just move across, and then at point 4 we'll be doing some observations, looking for skates, or skate X actually. Y seguimos en esta navegación para los que se están sintonizando ahora. Estamos en el monte Tengosed y en este momento navegamos de un punto a otro, están separados 1 kilómetro. Ya pasamos el punto medio. Seguimos hacia ese punto 4 y el camino vamos viendo lo que hay, una cantidad de octocorales, corales negros y asociado a ellos estrellas de mar con los peces por aquí y por allá, como el que se ve ahí. ver aquí algunos corales negros, octocorales y esponjas muy muy grandes. Y ha sido una inmersión muy buena. Temprano se consiguieron algunas especies que hemos estado buscando desde hace días. We're coming up into a very large glass sponge. Seeing black corals, octocorals, and it's been a good dive. Earlier we collected several specimens that we've been looking for. Very nice large black corals. Beautiful crinoid there. Crinoid, seguimos viendo. Este es un campo impresionante de coral negro. What is that? Sort of. Ah. Wow. Looks like paper.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I haven't seen a lot around here. We saw some fishing lines yesterday. We saw that can like the day before. Oh, the boots, yeah. First or second day.
Here's our updated location. So we are almost there. We're making our way. Again, waypoint 4 is the site of the skate nursery that we found on an earlier visit to this site. And then I believe just beyond that it's new waypoints. We want to explore a little further along. So we'll check it all out. Keep an eye out for venting. Obviously keep an eye out for octopus. But we're also expecting to see skate eggs. Maybe actually see some skates themselves as well.
I'm pretty sure the skate nursery is on top of the mountain.
Yeah. Oh, hold on that one.
Yeah, that's what we think because we went by there before.
Ask Beth if she wants to change the waypoint, because I'm pretty sure it was on top of the top ridge. Because we were there twice, right?
Yeah.
I'm almost positive that we wanted to do their path.
Well, so we went all the way up to that the first day. Yeah, there were skate eggs there, but it wasn't like crazy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think you're right. That's what we first found.
Yeah.
Was up on that top. And then
So
actually we came back and started trials.
So you're asking to change? Or?
No, I just wanted to make sure that the
Ah,
equipment was in the
okay,
right
okay.
location. But if, yeah, maybe Alex saying there's another one to the east here.
Mhm.
Yeah, guess we'll see. Won't find anything new if we go to the same old places.
Muy bien. Ajá. So we're about 100 meters away from the waypoint. So stop and look around some more. Looking for escape eggs that we found in a previous dive at this site. So apparently it's like a skate nursery. Estamos como a unos 100 metros del punto 4, donde encontramos en inmersiones anteriores huevos de raya de profundidad. Y vamos a ver más esa zona y buscar más huevos ahí. There was an eel that went by.
There's a question here about the lights on ROV SuBastian. I just double checked. We do have all LED lights on. Obviously, it can get quite bright, and when we are using them, the pilots will actually use different lights to kind of highlight different faces of the things we're looking at. You know, those shots when we really zoom in on things, a lot of times they'll play with the lights as we have different banks of lights on the vehicle, and things like backscatter off of the sediment in the water can be adjusted for with certain lights as well. So yeah, we have several lights, but they are LED lights.
Tomatoes.
Coming up to another area with a lot of octocorals, sponges, black corals. Right there in the middle is one of the large sea urchins. It's a sponge with a crab and an anemone attached. Tenemos una esponja con un cangrejo y con una anémona.
Another question kind of relating to the lights. Folks noticing sometimes the fish will dart off into the actual bottom. And a question of whether that's bewilderment to the lights or trying to dislodge parasites. It does seem that sometimes the lights can startle them, but you're also right that that is a way for animals to remove parasites in the wild. Sometimes they'll rub along the bottom. What we're seeing, I couldn't tell you. But yeah, interesting note.
Are we staying here in 8.4 looking for a while? Or?
Yeah, when we get to 4, we're gonna just look around, trying to find the skates X. So we'll spend there a few minutes and look for signs of venting. then move on. Well, we're close to waypoint 4. There was some more those sponges, those white dots, trails you see on the rocks are probably polychaete worms. Ya estamos llegando al sitio 4 donde vamos a buscar los huevos de rayas de profundidad y que ven sobre las rocas que parecen gusanos blancos. Es probablemente la madriguera de una madriguera de poliqueto.
So this is us here at waypoint 4 now.
So let's just look around.
Just at the top of this now. Oxygen in the air vent. No browse on top of this smoke. It's 66 meters.
Ridge, we can slowly come to a non-stop where you are.
Yeah, copy that, mate. We are slowly driving down.
Other thanks, Tony.
That's a nice view of this ragtail. Es un pez típico de aguas profundas.
Stabilized zone.
little bit to see if we see the skate decks.
On the surface on the top here?
Yeah,
Get nice, so we're just letting our umbilical kind of even out with the move.
Ah, okay, okay. Yeah, we're not seeing the skate X, but seeing some other extraordinary animals up here. Mm.
There's a skate deck there.
Uh-huh. Where?
I think just down here at the bottom. It looks old, but that's it.
Uh-huh.
But it's not the pile of them yet.
Oh, yeah. Not sure. Yeah.
Oh, they're stuck out now.
Uh-huh.
I think here.
Yep. Yep. Good eye.
Uh-huh. I think we're seeing one. Yeah. This is here. Uh-huh. It's an old one also. Yeah.
Yeah, there's like a pile of them tucked in the rocks. On this, have you been on this summit before?
Yeah, it's
Before, but I think if you zoom out, you'll see that enough goes over to the 100 meters to the left.
Yeah.
That was the other nursery.
You're here in dive 533. Not in here. Doesn't say. Let's take a look at this just a minute.
Might be right, but I might be
Yeah, this isn't the same peak. That's what I was wondering. Yeah, maybe just ask her.
Yeah, this looks like some sort of sponge. Yeah, once we focus in, you see all those little creatures there. Yes, we can keep moving. Next point. The-
Were you, was this the intended target from top there?
So,
I'll show you some of it. I think the last one is this.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, this was the old waypoint from the previous guy that we discovered that over there.
Ah, right.
So the intention is just to kind of explore this area some more.
Okay.
It's the third time we've been here, so we kind of know what we're looking for.
Sure.
But like, is there any evidence of venting? Is what we're trying to understand here.
Right.
That would be drawing skates here to deposit their eggs, that little pinnacle. And that's why waypoint 5 is where it is, because we haven't actually made it over to that peak yet. So we can definitely go over to the spot with the skate egg nursery, but I also wanted to like look around it to see if there were places where there was venting happening nearby that we were just missing.
Okay. What I could do, I could pop down and up. I mean, because last time we came, we did kind of come, remember, we came up into here and then I cruised around.
Yeah, exactly.
I came up top, so I think I think you're right. If we just keep going down this way, we haven't been in this area here.
Yeah.
And then up to here, so.
Right.
Yeah,
And like we see, this thing is like covered in worms.
Yeah.
That's right. These are those weird worms that were making little sediment burrows.
Yeah. So I wanted to kind of explore this knoll, and then we can go over to the skate nursery and too, and just look at it. But I wanted to see.
Okay, so you want me to
Since
pop
we
over?
hadn't seen it over there.
Sure.
Yeah, I should have put another waypoint on that little
So
thing.
you want me to pop over there?
Eventually, yeah. But yeah, I want to explore this side first, since we haven't actually looked at it yet.
Yeah, we found two old skate eggs.
Okay.
But they were very old.
We saw a really fresh one down at waypoint 1.
Yeah.
Ah.
It was still yellow.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So like this cliff face.
Okay, it's almost
what's going on here? So I need to
1 o'clock here in Costa Rica. So my time is coming up. It's good to be here with you, and Celeste Sanchez from University of Costa Rica will take over now. Bueno, aquí ya en Costa Rica son casi la 1 de la tarde. Y ya me retiro. Gusto haberlos acompañado y le doy el campo ahora a la doctora Celeste Sánchez de la Universidad de Costa Rica. Los va a acompañar y aquí seguimos
around here to see is there any
revisando este punto, buscando los huevos de estas rayas de profundidad. Los veo mañana. See you
we can go
tomorrow.
over there. Yeah, we should just go there. Okay.
All right, those of you following along. Oh, Ben, could I have you zoom out on that real quick just for a sec? So you can see where the ROV is, but we are kind of east about 100 meters of the summit. And the summit's more where we saw the piles of eggs. So what we're doing now is kind of cruising around in the area, looking more for venting, because that's something we didn't see. We, of course, saw that the skates do like this area, and we do know that skates have been found at vent sites before. So we're curious if there's venting around here that might be drawing those skates in. And we're just exploring the general area now. But we might swing over and check out the eggs proper in a little bit.
Because we got some already, and we're low on sampling spaces.
Okay, so just look for venting, otherwise just fly to the next one.
Yeah, because after this, we'll be getting to places that we haven't been to before.
Yeah.
So we're kind of like getting into exploration mode.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, Maria. Oh, that's an octopus. Yeah, there's an octopus. Yeah. We are not something octopus from Tengosed.
Good eye.
We are not something any octopus from Tengosed.
Janet or Holly request one, we could.
Explicitly. Otherwise, just take pictures and
Yeah,
do
so
we
we're
do
gonna-
the same as yesterday? Like if this was the octopus, we measure temperature even though there is no sense of chill required?
Potentially, because we're on a place that we know best.
So maybe we can measure temperature here to be on the safe side.
Do you think we can get down there, Adam? That's a little rocky. Yeah, we just want to kind of see if it's warmer where we see octopus.
You want lasers?
Yes. Can we bring down the game just a touch for the lights?
Hi everybody, my name is Noguera from the University of Costa Rica. I will be with you over the next hour. We are continuing our exploration here in Tengosed, this very interesting seamount that we have been diving before during this expedition. And we are right now close to the area that we found to be some kind of nursery for skates. We also call it, in a funny way, the skate park. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Celeste Sánchez Noguera. Voy a estar acompañándoles durante la próxima hora de este buceo. Nos encontramos el día de hoy explorando nuevamente el monte submarino Tengosed. Ya lo habíamos explorado previamente al inicio de esta expedición Odisea de Pulpos y estamos en este momento cerca del punto que la última vez identificamos como un potencial sitio de reproducción de rayas. Así que los objetivos en este momento son tratar de ver si identificamos emanaciones de agua caliente en esta zona. Acabamos de ver un pulpo debajo de una de las rocas, entonces vamos a medir la temperatura cerca de donde está el pulpo para ver si distinguimos alguna diferencia de temperatura con respecto al agua que se encuentra alrededor. Muchas gracias por acompañarnos y esperamos que continúen disfrutando de esta transmisión en vivo desde las profundidades del Pacífico de Costa Rica. Estamos en este momento a una profundidad de 1905 metros. So just checking the temperature with the probe. there are no signs of shimmering worry there, but we are always double checking in case we can get like a reading of temperature slightly higher than the surroundings. Based on the number of rows of suckers from the arms of the octopus, that seems to be probably Mus octopus, which is the same genus of the octopus that we found at Dorado outcrop. So temperature is pretty much the same, about 2.2 degrees. La temperatura parece ser la misma, no hay mucha diferencia con respecto a la temperatura alrededor. Y bueno, parece ser que el pulpo quería adueñarse del sensor de temperatura que colocamos. Should we go a little bit to the left to make it like a... Or, yeah. So maybe just like small detour to the left so we can make like a round before going to waypoint 5. Como les comentaba, vamos a continuar explorando esta zona, que es el sitio donde antes encontramos varios huevos de raya. En ese momento no vimos señales de emanaciones de agua caliente, así que vamos a dedicar varios minutos de este buceo a continuar explorando para ver si podemos identificar alguna salida de agua caliente. En el caso que no lo hagamos, entonces continuaríamos al siguiente punto del plan de buceo del día de hoy. En este momento nos encontramos justo a la mitad del transecto que tenemos planificado. Estamos en el punto 4 y para el día de hoy tenemos un total de 8 puntos para visitar. A diferencia de los buceos anteriores, en este caso del día de hoy, la distancia entre puntos sí es bastante más grande. La idea es tratar de abarcar un total de aproximadamente 3.6 kilómetros en el recorrido del día de hoy. Tengosed ha sido uno de los sitios más someros que hemos explorado durante esta expedición. Nos encontramos a una profundidad que oscila entre los 2000 y 1900 metros aproximadamente. Recuerden que los otros sitios que hemos explorado, muchos se encuentran a profundidades de 3000 metros, así que 1000 metros de diferencia sí hace una diferencia bastante significativa en este sentido. Este fue un sitio que nos sorprendió bastante, nos llamó mucho la atención y por eso decidimos regresar. tiene una biodiversidad impresionante de corales blandos, tanto octocorales como también corales negros, esponjas. Además encontramos lo que parecía ser un sitio de reproducción de rayas, específicamente de la raya blanca del Pacífico, y es uno de los motivos por los cuales regresamos nuevamente. En pantalla ven al lado izquierdo una anémona bastante grande y varias esponjas, además de corales negros.
Stay with the rock and stuff.
Yeah, but we're gonna probably go over the saddle to get back over to the skate park.
So, okay, because he said the skate park was off to the east, is that missing point?
It's on out to the west.
West.
It's that on the map. It's the thing that's like the little zero.
Okay, okay.
Like this here.
Yeah.
That one over there?
But he told me that we were going north first.
Not necessarily. We're kind of what we're looking for is around the skate nursery if there's any evidence of venting.
So do you want me to kind of start heading west now?
Sure.
Stop moving to the grass. Stop moving that's north to west.
A la especie de raya que les comentaba, de la cual encontramos huevos en este monte Tengosed. El nombre en inglés es Pacific White Skate. Así que de forma coloquial aquí en el barco hemos estado llamando a este sitio como Skate Park, que vendría a ser como parque de patinetos o personas, ¿verdad?, que van a patinar. Así que es un nombre un poco con doble sentido también el que le hemos estado dando. Tener la oportunidad de visitar estos sitios, y no solamente una vez, sino poder revisitarlos durante la misma expedición, realmente es bastante importante, porque son sitios grandes y en los cuales hemos podido identificar diferentes cosas interesantes, en algunos cosas muy interesantes a nivel geológico, en otras cosas interesantes a nivel biológico, y tener la oportunidad de revisitarlos para describirlos mejor, para continuar explorándolos, es parte de lo que hemos podido hacer durante esta expedición. Nos estamos moviendo en este momento hacia el oeste del transecto que veníamos siguiendo, un poco en dirección a lo que sería el punto donde encontramos la vez pasada los huevos de rayas. So we are moving around west of the track that we have been following during this dive, kind of like towards of the skate park. Remember, we are trying to see if we can spot some venting or signs of shimmering water in this area. the last week, this was one of the most probably exciting discoveries at the end of one of the dives. This spot with like lots of skates eggs. It was really amazing. Yeah. Estamos viendo un pez, un tipo de trípode, pero un poco más pequeño.
These are the only ones that, like the smaller ones are the ones I've ever actually seen. These new ones are, things are giant. Oh, the big ones? Yeah, they're great.
It's amazing that they can make a living down here.
Yeah.
I guess that's why they don't move much.
What? How did Myla become you?
Oh yeah, we're the same person.
Okay.
Yeah. Don't worry, you're not going crazy.
Yeah, it's just another type of tripod. Doesn't have to do with a bunch of different fish called spiderfish now. Names are first.
Estamos acercándonos más al sitio donde habíamos encontrado los huevos de rayas, así que mantengan los ojos abiertos por si ven algo que parezca un huevo de raya. Acá en esta zona habíamos encontrado muchos que estaban abiertos, eran ya, por así decir, el cascarón de los huevos, pero también tuvimos la oportunidad de encontrar dos que estaban cerrados y recolectamos uno de esos y cuando lo trajimos al barco efectivamente pudimos comprobar que era un huevo viable. Así que parece ser que sí son viables los huevos que están, digamos, dejando o poniendo las rayas en este sitio. Muchos corales negros y octocorales, como les mencionaba, en esta zona de Tengosed. Esos que parecen como plumas de avestruz grandes son en realidad corales negros.
ROV Bridge, I'm just going to head south just now to get you guys clear of this festival.
Tell him he's good. He's good. I'm about to go. Just come away right now.
We're coming way to the west right now, so you should be alright to keep on towards that lake point.
Okay, man.
Acá pueden ver que la mayoría de las rocas se encuentran cubiertas por sedimento y a diferencia del afloramiento dorado donde las rocas no estaban cubiertas por sedimento, eso es, digamos, una de las señales o indicativos que estamos utilizando a veces para poder distinguir dónde hay emanaciones de agua caliente. No el hecho de que el agua de mayor temperatura limpie el sedimento per se, pero sí la salida del agua tiene un efecto mecánico. So there are some skate eggs. Estamos viendo en este momento unos huevos de raya. There are two. I think this is also.
Yeah, there's a couple
Yeah.
stacked up just above that one as well. We'll see more as we get there.
Yeah.
So as you can tell, we are now getting closer to the skate park. We just spot our first eggs, and now we are actually seeing lots of all open eggs.
Okay, thanks, Tom.
Están viendo en este momento varios huevos abiertos de raya. That's cement, right? Like from the octopus. Holly? Oh no.
Can you go left? Sorry.
To the left?
I'll try to get over there.
Might just be sediment.
Mm. Those spots over there? No.
No.
No? Okay.
No.
No? Okay.
I like your enthusiasm. Absolutely.
Creímos que tal vez habíamos visto cemento del que utilizan los pulpos para adherir sus huevos a las rocas, pero no. Falsa alarma. Así que continuamos buscando. El principal motivo de esta expedición, Odisea de Pulpos, fue precisamente regresar al sitio conocido como Afloramiento Dorado, donde hace 10 años exactamente se estaban realizando mediciones, encontraron un sitio con emanaciones de agua termal y además fue una gran sorpresa en ese momento divisar que había una comunidad de pulpos asociada a estas emanaciones. En ese momento se decide comenzar a planificar una expedición enfocada justamente en esto, y varios años después de planificación se logra concretar esta expedición en la que nos encontramos en este momento. Sin embargo, la expedición no se ha enfocado únicamente en estudiar el afloramiento dorado, sino también en explorar todos los otros sitios, montes submarinos o afloramientos rocosos que se encuentran alrededor en esta zona y tratar de caracterizar la parte de flujo hidrotermal, que es algo bastante inusual de encontrar, porque acá lo que estamos tratando de identificar es si realmente podemos distinguir cuáles son los sitios de recarga y los sitios de descarga, como los de el afloramiento del Dorado. Los sitios de descarga son sitios donde básicamente sale agua caliente, pero esta agua tiene que venir de algún lugar, y es lo que se conoce como los sitios de recarga, donde básicamente el agua es de alguna forma succionada, agua bastante fría, y esta agua posteriormente es transportada a través de la corteza en el fondo submarino, y durante el proceso de transporte entonces el agua funciona como por así decirlo, una esponja térmica. Lo que hace es que sucede un intercambio térmico entre el agua y la corteza terrestre, y entonces eso es lo que genera que posteriormente el agua salga con temperaturas mayores en los sitios de descarga como el Dorado.
Pretty much, yeah. Should see in the anemone coming up soon.
Did you get all the crinoids that you were aiming for in the last dive?
Oh no. Okay, so here we have some stoloniferans. What's that indicator for us at the last site?
Vemos varios estoloníferos, que es eso que se ve ahí como una alfombra un poquito blanca. Muchísimos huevos de raya.
I mean, there's something different.
Yeah.
Just like right here.
Yeah, exactly.
This thing on the right side looks like a skate, but it's like much more. I feel like it's larger than the rest. Sorry, you can see the first. That just wiggled.
Yeah. We'll let J-Rod sit down and we'll have a look.
Okay.
No, you can stay there.
Yeah.
I'll just
Okay.
drag the camera.
Okay. Está con nosotros acá
You're talking about
en el
that thing up
cuarto de
there?
control
It just seems bigger
la
than the rest.
doctora Bettercook, quien está en estos momentos
be that it's so
controlando la cámara para tratar de ver si identificamos alguna salida de agua caliente.
Oh, that's us.
Yeah,
Doing the
that's
prop
us.
wash.
Yeah.
Yeah, the vessel's pulling me around right now.
Okay.
I can reconfigure if you want. I can stop that.
Oh, there's two right there.
And an old piece of baby.
I'm actually just looking for shimmer, but
Mhm.
it's difficult. No,
Yeah.
I don't mind at all. Do what you need to do.
Yeah, I feel like that one's bigger for some reason.
Well, you see the other one to the left of it is smaller, so I think you're right.
Why is it that big?
I don't know, did you put laser or something?
No.
Yeah, look at it, you can see those two.
Why is it that big?
Different pieces.
Yes. I mean, we've got one up.
Take your arm out.
It's up a little bit. Size where it's
Take your arm out.
big.
There's so many, it's incredible.
What is that white?
Vamos a medir
But we need to add
la temperatura en este sitio.
Not gonna change anything, it's just, it's like one descent and the other descent.
Okay.
And some people do it like every whether they're fertilized or not, like a chicken, about shell egg.
Okay.
Which obviously they found one that was fertile, so it's not just a case of it.
Yeah, that was one of the coolest findings of this trip.
Yeah, that one got big. I don't know what's up with that.
I don't see any shimmer.
Todos estos animales pequeños que están cubriendo la roca que pudieron observar en el acercamiento anterior son zoántidos.
Okay, well, even though we don't see shimmer, I'd like to try to like just stick the T-probe into the rock, like in
Mhm.
that spot there. Can you reach over there?
Maybe we can also give it a try later in this hole.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. No hay evidencia de emanación de agua caliente, no vemos agua turbia, tampoco vemos roca limpia de sedimentos, pero igual vamos a realizar una medición de temperatura con el sensor. Vamos a introducirlo en esta grieta que están viendo en este momento en pantalla para ver si hay algún cambio de temperatura. We're going to give it a try with the temperature probe to see if there is any change in temperature inside of this little crevice that we have just here.
It's against the wall, right?
Yeah, okay.
No.
You can go ahead and pull back out. Basically, no different than background.
No hay diferencia con la temperatura del exterior de los alrededores.
There's that other hole right there. You're about to come back towards it. I don't know if you need to ram out so that you can reach in. Yeah.
Vamos a probar ahora midiéndola en este orificio que se ve un poco más cerrado, tal vez sea más profundo.
Shadow will let you know how far away you are.
We're having a second shot here in this hole. It seems to be a little bit deeper.
It's deeper than I thought it would
Yeah.
be. But still nothing.
No, it's pretty much the same.
Yeah. Okay, thanks, Tyler.
Okay, so no difference in temperature.
Okay. J-Rod, can we pick up above this little stoloniferan covered area, dilanthid covered area, whatever it is? There were a couple eggs that looked white, and we want to spend a little time looking at, because we didn't see that on our previous dives. There's one like right behind us, and there's another one off to the left.
It looks like when you open a shell of an oyster, right?
Kinda, yeah.
The inner part is
I don't know
always.
if that's what we're seeing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like that bright white.
Yeah,
that
that
bright
one.
and
Yeah.
There's one off to the left as well. But yeah, just want to get a closer look at that.
Yeah, this one here.
Easier to have a look at. You said one more off the left here?
Yeah, I think if you pivot left, you'll probably see it. It was a little bit off in the background.
Mhm.
Yeah, right there.
This one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have a favorite of the two?
Not necessarily, and you can probably just hold here and I'll just do a quick zoom.
I'll get it.
No vemos diferencia en temperatura, así que ahora vamos a tratar de ver con más detalle estos huevos que se ven un poco más blancos para ver exactamente qué es. Parece un poco como cuando uno abre una ostra y la parte nacarada del interior es blanca, pero así es como se veía de lejos. It's like if it's peeling off, right?
Mm-hmm. What do they look like when they're
About
when
to
the ray comes
hatch?
out?
Yeah,
This
I don't
ray comes
know.
out. Because remember the last one we picked up had that like veil on it.
And it was open like in this part.
Yeah.
Here.
So, but they actually open like,
Yeah, I think so.
yeah.
Okay.
It seems like the mucus, like it's getting probably
Yeah.
bacteria or something.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Because it was really had a lot of mucus.
Okay.
Probably before we leave, it would be nice to have a, like a shot, a general actually with the laser, so we can count them and have an estimation of the amount of eggs per.
Okay.
Okay, per
Square
square
meter or
meter or something. Okay, yeah, that's a good idea.
Okay. Well, we can come wide, Jera.
And you want to look at that one?
Yeah, let's go look at that other one too, just to see if it's a similar look to it.
Examinándolo de cerca parece que es como que la parte o el tejido exterior del huevo está desprendiéndose. That seems a little bit different.
That one looks fresher.
Yeah. And actually in the other one it seems like it's starting to get the white spot.
Okay, we can come wide, J-Rod. And then, can we lateral to the right so that we're off of this, and then we'll lateral back left with the lasers on to kind of just get a nice look over this.
Vamos a tratar de hacer un barrido sobre esta zona con los láser encendidos para tratar de hacer una estimación posterior de la cantidad de huevos que hay por área.
Yeah, maybe like another few meters over, but not necessarily coming down. I just want to kind of do a flyby over that summit.
Okay, because do you want to see those eggs in this?
Not necessarily,
Okay.
no.
I got you.
We'll just get it for that summit.
So, right here?
Sure.
So right now we are
That,
just
Milo?
going
That we're doing a
to
little
have like a
transect of sorts?
broader view of the summit, and as you can tell our lasers are on, so we will be using this video afterwards to try to estimate the amount of eggs per, let's say, square meter or a specific unit of area. Un poco como una especie de transecto lateral lo que estamos haciendo. Pueden ver que las luces láser están encendidas y esto es lo que nos va a permitir posteriormente hacer una estimación de la densidad de huevos o de casquetes de huevo que hay en esta zona. There's another one, yeah.
Big old pile.
Mm-hmm.
For anyone just tuning in, all these kind of oddly shaped things piled up on top of this seamount are the eggs of skates, cartilaginous flatfish related to sharks and rays. They are different from rays. They're not the same as stingrays. And one of the things that's special about skates is they lay these eggs. Some types of sharks will lay these as well, but we think this is a nursery that the skates are using up here.
Keep going?
Just a little bit further.
Como pueden ver, en la zona más alta de este montículo es donde realmente se encuentra la mayor cantidad de huevos de rayas.
it seems the density has gone down.
Ujú. Estas rayas de profundidad en realidad son poco conocidas, se sabe que existen, se han identificado algunas especies, pero la cantidad de reportes que hay a nivel mundial son bastante bajos, porque son organismos que viven pues, en zonas o en ecosistemas bastante profundos y no son tan fáciles de divisar. Así que haber encontrado un sitio que parece ser una zona de reproducción es algo bastante interesante.
And I'll clarify because the question comes up sometimes. I know I called them flat fish. That is because they are fish that are flat, but they are not related to something like a halibut or a flounder, which are also called flatfish. Common names just mess up all sorts of stuff. Some folks will call skates flat sharks to include them in that cartilaginous fish group.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Good job, you got an updated waypoint.
Basically, the anemone, I think, was that.
Ujú.
We're good. You can make it. Just take that.
Yeah.
So you want to follow
Yes.
that ridge, not this one, right?
Yes, exactly.
La semana pasada cuando estuvimos en este monte de Tengosed, en esta parte alta, pudimos ver una gran diversidad de octocorales, de corales negros y estas anémonas de tamaño realmente bastante grande.
That one kind of looks like the second one. Looked like there was still stuff in there, or was I looking at that wrong?
No, I think you're right, because the ends weren't popped open.
Hoy durante las primeras horas del buceo se estuvo realizando recolectas de varios de estos corales negros y octocorales que en buceos anteriores pudimos identificar como especies de interés. Ese es también el motivo por el cual en este momento no estamos realizando ninguna recolecta, porque ya en realidad recolectamos los especímenes que se requerían. Recuerden que toda la recolecta que se hace de organismos en esta expedición es bastante planificada, no se recolectan más especímenes de los necesarios y todos estos organismos van a ser depositados en el Museo de Zoología de la Universidad de Costa Rica, el cual es el repositorio oficial para todos los organismos de recolectas científicas. Esto significa que van a estar disponibles para la comunidad científica, no solamente para los científicos locales, sino también para la comunidad internacional. Están en este momento los pilotos posicionando el submarino para comenzar a desplazarnos sobre uno de los sectores del montículo en dirección al punto 5 del transecto que tenemos para el plan de buceo del día de hoy. in the early hours of this dive, my colleagues have already sampled some of these black corals and octocorals that we are also finding here in this area. And that's the reason why we are not stopping to collect any organisms in this particular place. We are just looking for benting or octopus. We were exploring in more detail the skate eggs that we found in a previous dive.
Sometimes you're going up, sometimes you're going down.
Siempre las expediciones científicas tienen uno o varios objetivos de investigación, pero adicional a esos objetivos generalmente surgen más preguntas o se descubren cosas nuevas que eventualmente pueden servir también como preguntas motivadoras para poder planificar otras expediciones. Como les comentaba, hace 10 años cuando descubrieron la comunidad de pulpos en El Dorado, eso fue uno de los motivos que generó la planificación de esta expedición. Y en este momento esta expedición también tuvo la posibilidad de descubrir este sitio que parece ser un sitio de reproducción de rayas de profundidad. Así que es muy interesante realmente tener la oportunidad de poder realizar estos buceos exploratorios. We want to thank all the people that it's following the dive all around the world. For us, it's really important to take this opportunity to actually show the rest of the world a little bit of these deep ecosystems. La mayoría de organismos que se encuentran en estos ecosistemas profundos son organismos de crecimiento lento, como por ejemplo los octocorales o los corales negros, lo cual significa que para que lleguen a alcanzar estos tamaños requieren varias décadas, cientos o inclusive a veces miles de años. Todavía no existe mucha información al respecto sobre las tasas de crecimiento de estos organismos, pero algunos de los individuos que hemos podido recolectar en esta expedición nos van a permitir hacer un tipo de datación para estimar también cuál puede ser la edad aproximada de estos organismos. Sin duda alguna, lo que sí sabemos con seguridad es que son organismos, como les repetía, de crecimiento bastante lento, y ese es uno de los motivos. Hey, does look that like a little bit of shimmering or that's us?
see what you're seeing. That's the skin of the coral. I mean, throw some prop wash at it, so it's in high current.
Okay, yeah, you're right. Yeah. Y precisamente el hecho de que sean organismos de crecimiento tan lento es lo que hace a estos ecosistemas tan frágiles también. Eso significa que cualquier impacto o daño que sufran estos ecosistemas va a tardar probablemente cientos o miles de años en poder recuperarse. Y por eso es tan importante explorar y conocer estos ecosistemas de profundidad para comprender cómo están compuestos, comprender un poco mejor los procesos que se llevan a cabo en estas profundidades y, de ser necesario, poder establecer líneas de acción, de protección y de conservación cuando sea requerido.
So maybe it's just that this current is just ripping up there, and then that little summit is where it's. And like so many nooks and crannies here for octopus, right?
Una de las metodologías que se utiliza a veces para estimar la edad de los octocorales es realizar cortes en la base, un poco similar a lo que se utiliza, por ejemplo, como los anillos de crecimiento en los árboles. Para poder realizar esto, sin embargo, es necesario recolectar el organismo completo desde la base, y eso es algo pues que hemos tratado de evitar en esta expedición. Creo que solamente lo hicimos con un organismo en particular, pero para el resto lo que hemos tratado de hacer es siempre recolectar únicamente un pedacito de rama de los octocorales. Así que eso también limita a veces poder entender realmente cuál es la edad de estos organismos. Se pueden hacer estimaciones, pero no se puede tener con exactitud cuál es la edad de algunos de ellos. En este momento nos encontramos explorando para ver si hay señales de emanaciones de agua caliente o si vemos algún pulpo. Recuerden que generalmente los pulpos suelen colocarse debajo de las rocas o también en grietas, que son lugares protegidos donde ellos pueden, digamos, colocar los huevos para poder cuidarlos durante todo el periodo que dura la maduración de los huevos hasta que eclosionan. En estas especies de pulpo de profundidad se cree que este periodo de maduración de los huevos puede tardar incluso varios años, hasta unos 4 o 5 años. Estamos haciendo una exploración de 360 grados. Estas esponjas de vidrio que ven en este momento en pantalla, al igual que los corales negros, son organismos de un crecimiento bastante lento también. Así que se cree que podrían tener igualmente cientos o miles de años creciendo en estos sitios. Y esto que están observando en este momento fue una particularidad que también vimos en buceos previos aquí en Tengosed. Eso que se ven como líneas onduladas blancas en la roca son en realidad tubos de poliquetos que construyen y les incorporan dentro del tubo granos de sedimento, además de un tipo de carbonato de calcio, y eso es lo que hace que se vean de ese color. Pero esto es algo que vimos específicamente acá en Tengosed en densidades bastante altas. No es algo que hemos visto tan frecuentemente en los otros sitios que hemos estado explorando durante la expedición. So those little white curly lines that you can spot on the rocks are polychaete tubes, and that's something very particular that we found here in Tengosed. We haven't spotted such a big density of polychaete tubes in the other seamounts that we have been exploring in this Octopus Odyssey Expedition. So basically, each seamount has its own particularities, and that's also why it's so important for us having the opportunity to explore as many seamounts as possible and coming back to the ones that we found have some particular features.
The actual ridge, or do you want me to top over every now and then?
Yeah, sure.
Take them all to the east, just a little bit on the next one. Not much, just something hanging out in there, for sure, deeper water. Yes.
Realmente increíble la biodiversidad que se puede observar en estos sitios. A veces las personas creen que en esta profundidad lo único que hay es oscuridad y fondo de arena, pero como hemos podido comprobar en estas exploraciones, realmente estos ecosistemas de profundidad albergan una gran diversidad de organismos. Además son ecosistemas que son bastante diferentes entre ellos dependiendo del sustrato. La biodiversidad que encontramos acá, por ejemplo, donde tenemos un sustrato rocoso, es muy diferente a la que encontramos en los fondos abisales cubiertos por sedimentos. Estos sitios con sustrato de roca son bastante aptos para el crecimiento de organismos como corales negros, octocorales, esponjas, poliquetos, como pudimos ver, anémonas también, mientras que en los fondos abisales, donde el sedimento es el principal componente, podemos o hemos tenido la oportunidad de ver, por ejemplo, muchísimos equinodermos como pepinos, estrellas quebradizas también, algunos erizos. Volviendo un poco al comentario que les hacía hace unos minutos sobre la edad de los corales negros, Nos confirma la especialista a bordo que lo más antiguo que se han datado este tipo de organismos es de 3.800 años. Así que como les decía, realmente pueden ir desde cientos hasta miles de años. Es impresionante pensar que podamos estar observando organismos que tengan tanto tiempo viviendo acá en estas profundidades. Most of these animals usually grow really, really slow. So when we see black corals as the one that you are just seeing in your screen, some of them could have between hundreds and millions of years. It's really amazing to have the opportunity to dive near this kind of really old organisms, and that's something that's very important because it's also a feature of how fragile these deep ecosystems are actually.
Like two at a time, but it can like I think some species will do it like every week and a half. Kind of like a chicken, they're just constantly there. Whether they're fertilized or not, so. But I don't know about this skin. I tried to look it up.
So we are going to continue following this ridge on our way to waypoint 5. Trying to see if we can find any octopus or cement of the octopus. There are some skate eggs in the frame right now.
They're still around, they're just not as abundant on that side.
Estamos siguiendo en este momento este contorno rocoso en dirección a lo que sería el punto 5 del transecto del día de hoy. It looks pretty yellow, right? Kind of fresh.
That black spot.
Yeah. Yeah. Usualmente estos huevos de raya cambian de color de acuerdo al grado de madurez que tenga el embrión. Generalmente cuando están muy viejos se vuelven un poco más oscuros, como hemos podido observar, en los que además encontramos que ya estaban abiertos, y los que son huevos digamos más frescos, por así decirlo, tienden a tener un color amarillo un poco más brillante. Vemos que además hay muchas asociaciones, por ejemplo, en este coral que se veía, o varios de los corales que hemos visto, usualmente hay estrellas quebradizas asociadas, también algunos crinoideos. Las estrellas quebradizas es las que se ven como de color rosado en este momento en la pantalla, y los crinoideos son los que aparecen en tonos como amarillos o anaranjados.
I'm sure you guys are gonna find something amazing when we're done.
We're on it.
Ujú. What is that? Yeah. Like a crab? Yeah. Yeah, sorry.
I was hoping there was some shimmer coming out of that.
Mhm. Acá pueden ver los crinoideos que les comentaba hace poco, los que se ven de color amarillo. Los crinoideos son también parientes o pertenecen al mismo grupo taxonómico de las estrellas de mar, los pepinos de mar, los erizos. Esta vez no tuvimos la suerte de ver ninguna raya adulta en este skate park, pero sí pudimos estudiar un poco más en más detalle los huevos que encontramos en esta zona. Hicimos un par de videos y tomas de cerca, así como un transecto lateral para poder hacer una estimación posterior de la densidad de huevos que hay por metro cuadrado. Y nos acercamos ya a finalizar esta hora, así que los pilotos nuevamente están haciendo cambio de turno. El submarino tiene varios grupos de pilotos y ellos constantemente están cambiando, se están relevando, porque eso evita, digamos, el estrés y posibles errores humanos que puedan ser resultado del estrés. Realmente el trabajo de los pilotos es bastante delicado. Y con esto me despido. Muchas gracias por acompañarnos. Le voy a dar el pase ahora a mi colega Gustavo Ramírez, quien va a estar con ustedes por la próxima hora. Muchísimas gracias y pura vida. So I'm going to giving now the spot to my colleague Gustavo Ramirez, who is going to be with you for the next hour. Thanks a lot for staying tuned. For us, it's really real pleasure to actually being able to open this deep sea world to all of you. Have a good afternoon or good evening, depending on where you are listening to us, and pura vida.
Completely different on the connection ladder set.
Like, where did the crust that was there go? When you start to get close to like the arms underneath.
Yeah, it's like
you're no
columns.
longer worried about latches. last like, when you put it down to water, reflection, and it gets the just like the stroke. So you never have to do. I mean, to be fair, like our highway crew, yes, you go up, you slow down, like, and you just try to slow down, so you go like, click, cold, I mean, that's really not what just got here.
Acá está el skatepark y ya nos estamos moviendo al punto 5 y ahí básicamente tenemos que ir explorando por venting o shimmering or whatever comes out there.
Skateboard was cool.
Yeah, it was really cool. We didn't have any skates this time, the baskets or the eggs, but yeah, it was really cool anyway, right? All these octocorals and black corals and sponges and tensionees. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
How's it going? How you doing?
On the heart.
Good afternoon to everyone joining at home. My name is Gustavo Ramirez. I'm a professor at Cal State University in Los Angeles, and I find myself on board the research vessel Falcor 2. I am, of course, joined by a group of multidisciplinary scientists. We are all here on board the Falcor as part of the Schmidt Ocean Institute Octopus Odyssey Expedition. Our goal, our primary goal for this expedition, is to better understand some really interesting octopus behavior first detected in the vicinity of the Costa Rican Pacific, where we find ourselves now, just about 10 years ago. So there's a series of seafloor features here where the crust, the first layer of the lithosphere of our planet, breaks through a very thick layer of sediment. These areas of breakthrough, they can have different mechanisms, but when they're big enough, they're generally called seamounts. Smaller features called outcrops too. These crust protrusions through the layer of sediments and onto the seafloor have many different characteristics, but one of their most interesting characteristics is the temperature of the rock at these sites. So different patterns of temperature dissipation drive something called thermocycling of deep ocean water through these crevices of exposed bedrock at the seafloor. This thermocycling is quite an important emergent physical property at the planetary level that cycles the entire volume of the ocean's water through the crust with a pretty high periodicity, a couple of 100,000 years at a time. So these periodicity may seem like a lot, hundreds of thousands of years for the entire volume of the ocean to go through the first layer of the crust, driven by temperature differences. So again, hundreds of thousands of years seems like a lot, but in geological timescales, that's literally the blink of an eye. So there's a lot of interaction that happens between the water that's flowing through this top layer of the crust, again, driven by small temperature differences in the bedrock, and this seawater and rock interaction ultimately changes the composition of bottom seawater, which is what the aquifer is comprised of, changes this bottom seawater physically, right? The temperature increases over time. Geochemically, the chemicals that are found in bottom seawater change compared to the chemicals that are found in hydrothermal fluids. And of course, what I'm most interested in is how this process of large volumes of water being cycled through the ocean crust change the microbial assemblages that enter the crust throughout their residence time in this global network of undersea rivers or subsea floor crustal aquifers. Again, 10 years ago, we reported a very interesting behavior by female octopuses exhibited exactly at places around these seamounts or outcrops where warm, shimmering hydrothermal fluids were constantly discharging. So a couple of ideas were put forth to explain the rationale behind why these females would choose to lay egg clutches and stick around to brood them for years perhaps, right at rocks where there was fluids actively being discharged from, warm fluids being discharged from the crust below. So one of the hypotheses is that the females simply need a barren rock in order to cement their clutch of eggs. That's about 6 or 12 eggs per clutch at a time. So that is one of the leading theories that as seawater vents, this venting is advection that ultimately maintains the rocks around where the venting is happening, free of this never-ending snowing of sediment or it's marine snow that's always pelleting down to the seafloor. I guess that if the females chose a place where the rock was not constantly being cleaned, then I suppose that the eggs would run into trouble if there was a plume or something in the water column above and the eggs were sedimented. The embryos could suffocate since they obviously require oxygen. Another hypothesis put forth that would explain the behavior by the female octopuses that selectively brood their eggs around venting hydrothermal fluids or rocks near venting hydrothermal fluids would be that there is something in the fluids that either benefits the mother's commitment, many years of commitment to brooding the eggs, and they have to stick around to take care of them, and or benefits the developing embryos in one way or another. A third theory, there is a possibility that the females and or the embryos are being benefited not necessarily by the chemical or nutritional content of venting fluids, but actually benefited by microbes that are microbial communities that emerge in those fluids also. They have a distinct and unique composition relative to the microbes in the deep seawater all around in the vicinity. Anyway, this incredible oasis of octopus life or octopus nurseries are found not too far away from the place where we find ourselves exploring today. So based on temperature measurements of sediments around these very large seafloor features, based on that, we believe that we find ourselves today at a seamount called Tengosed, which translates into I am thirsty in Spanish, and it is hypothesized, again, based on the temperature of the sediments around these large features on the seafloor, that this is a potential site for fluid recharge, meaning that because the rocks around here are a bit colder, water slightly more dense and may enter the crust at this seamount. We're still developing, or there's the understanding the fluid path under the crust here is still an active area of research. And, there's at least 2 geophysicists on board this expedition who are, their primary focus is that. But as far as we can tell with the available data now, this should be a place of this Tengosed Seamount should be a site of water recharge, so water entering the subsea floor aquifers. that then again the water evolves, becomes warm, changes in chemistry, changes in microbiology, and then emanates as hydrothermal fluids elsewhere at the end point of this local circulation network. We are near the summit of Tengosed Seamount, again a proposed potential recharge site for the local hydrothermal aquifers system under the seafloor here in the Costa Rican Pacific. So again, we believe the water enters the seamount to eventually discharge at adjacent sites, most notably Dorado Outcrop, where this discharge phenomenon leads to emergent ecological properties such as potentially the very peculiar brooding behaviors of deep sea octopuses. And wow, we're just around
Sponges and corals, right? What about the larger stuff? All of those things? That's corals. These little things here, I don't know exactly what those are, but are on that sponge. Yeah.
got it. It's just an explosion of life at the seabed here. I guess I should rephrase that. We're not at the seabed. We're at near the summit of Seamount, called Tengosed. Different corals, sponges, sea fans can be seen on the screen there, and of course, each one of these animals is clinging on to an ideally barren piece of a rocky substrate. So again, there's an intimate relationship here between geological changes and the biology that's possible there. So when the geology changes, the biology tends to change also. Again, extremely picturesque submarine summit here.
So you guys marked that we're past 3.5.
3.5. We have navigated through 5 waypoints out of a plan 8 during this dive. Having just visited a local summit, so I guess the second summit in terms of elevation here, Tengosed Seamount. We are more or less on the hunt for potential spots of shimmering, which would indicate potential hydrothermal, low temperature hydrothermal venting at this giant seafloor edifice. Again, even though we believe, based on temperature measurements in the vicinity, that this very large seamount called Tengosed should be a net, represents a net recharge size, meaning that most water that circles through the seamount should be going in. There is a possibility for some of that water that goes in to very quickly want to exit here too. So there's hydrothermal venting, despite this being a net recharge site, is still possible. I am joined in the room by doctoral student Rob Perrin, the University of Calgary in Canada.
Right now, I'm kind of like turning in, we're following this bridge. We've been following this high point.
I also have the privilege of being joined by our expedition co-chief, Dr. Beth Orcutt from the Bigelow Laboratory for Ocean Sciences in Maine. And at the helm of SuBastian, the ROV, or remotely operated submarine vehicle, close to 2,000 meters beneath the waves and beneath our feet here is J-Rod, pilot J-Rod. Very important thing to highlight is that as the entire volume of the Earth's oceans make their way through these subsea floor crustal aquifers, oh, that's really cool. You got a frame grab of that? Have we seen a lot of those? Yeah. Wow. It's a black mushroom.
I'm always surprised when they come up, the colors. Yeah.
Good old Grenadier. Grenadier.
Rotation. What do you mean up there?
Like I'm not sure that it's is it an accurate position?
Was, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I was interrupted there half sentence by the overwhelming power of these floating beauties of the deep. The point that I want to mention there is that as the deep waters of the planet's oceans find themselves circulating through this subsea floor crustal environment, again driven by slight temperature differences in the rock, the water interacts with the rock throughout the length of its residence time. And that interaction can be quickened by microbes that are also attached to the rock. So I find that as an extremely, I find that to be an extremely important service that microbiological life provides to, provides to to this global emergent property of the physics of our planet. Again, the fact that the rock and the water interact either directly, but most likely mediated through microbiological activity, has incredibly important repercussions for the equilibrium chemistry of the planet. Again, I'm talking over geological timescales. Of course, the chemistry of the planet ultimately dictates the chemistry of the atmosphere. The chemistry of the ocean ultimately dictates the chemistry of the ocean, and perhaps this very simple physics-driven phenomenon of cold water being denser than warm water may ultimately dictate the oxidation reduction state of our planet. So a lot of basic science concepts really connect for me as I'm seeing this beautiful sights at the seafloor. We are on our way to the 6th waypoint of a Schedule 8 during this dive. This is our penultimate dive as far as I'm concerned. So we've had, I believe, 13 extremely successful dives during this expedition thus far. Bueno, ahora continúo con un resumen rápido para los hispanoparlantes que nos acompañan en esta transmisión en vivo desde el buque de investigación Falcor 2, operado por el Schmidt Ocean Institute. Nos encontramos en el Pacífico costarricense, justo a aproximadamente 150 kilómetros del puerto de Punta Arenas. Y la misión más importante de esta expedición es entender la naturaleza detrás de un fenómeno documentado aquí en el lecho profundo marino de Costa Rica hace aproximadamente 10 años. Hay montañas en el lecho marino que aproximadamente 10 años se descubrió que estos montes submarinos, específicamente donde emanen fluidos hidrotérmicos de la primera capa de la corteza hacia el lecho marino, justamente ahí se encontraron jardines de pulpos, pulpos de aguas profundas, donde las hembras aparentemente y exclusivamente dejan sus huevecillos. Este comportamiento de pulpos no se había observado antes, o sea que, y parece que está intimadamente conectado con el fluido del agua hidrotérmica que corre justo debajo de estas montañas submarinas en el Pacífico costarricense. Y bueno, lo que estamos haciendo con esta expedición ahora es tratando de explorar todos los factores que pueden influenciar la ecología de los pulpos en este sistema. Nos encontramos nuestra expedición tiene a bordo científicos especializados en muchos campos: geofísicos, geoquímicos, microbiólogos y biólogos marinos. Y lo que hemos hecho aquí en el mar las últimas 3 semanas es básicamente buscar claves acerca de claves científicas para explicar la circulación hidrotérmica local y cómo eso afecta la geología, cómo eso lo afecta a la geología y cómo puede afectar la biología y últimamente el comportamiento de los pulpos.
with glasses again?
We're just looking for anything that's different.
All right.
Like, is there rocks? Are there octopus? Venting? Why are there skate eggs in some places and not others?
Yeah.
Is there an animal that we haven't seen before? Just trying to figure out this. Yeah, and if that goes down into the abyss.
You'll come back, turn around, and
Yeah.
Is this the largest local feature of Tengosed? It's the largest.
It's the largest one we've visited.
Yeah.
There's other ones in the area that we haven't visited. But north of us. Yeah, it's the largest, shallowest one.
Yeah. I can understand. More? I think it's 5 kilometers. I think it's 5 kilometers.
that's a good sign to be a little bit more dramatic.
Again, welcome to everyone that's joining us from home. We are the Octopus Odyssey Expedition, exploring seamounts in the Costa Rican Pacific, approximately 150 kilometers away from the port of Punta Arenas. We find ourselves today exploring a summit, a local summit of a seafloor feature or seamount called Tengosed. The seamount is perhaps the largest seafloor feature that we'll explore during this expedition. Nice. Oh wow. Yeah. That we see on your screen here, and is an octopus hiding under a little rock awning right there. Again, this is a massive seafloor feature. Again, a seamount that I believe is 1,000 meters tall, close to 1,000 meters tall, but from the base of the surrounding sediment plains up to the summit. Just to give everyone a sense of scale, nearby a seafloor feature called Dorado Outcrop is perhaps 3 to 5 football fields in length. So this seamount that we're at, again, is about 1,000 meters in elevation. You start at the seabed, and perhaps has a base of approximately just over 5 kilometers in diameter.
Yeah. Good spot down there. Okay. Well, we saw one.
Yeah.
As the name of our expedition implies, we are extremely interested in a better understanding octopus and their behavior in this area. Again, not too far from here, there's a much smaller feature called Dorado Seamount, where hydrothermal fluid venting appears to lead to the aggregation of brooding octopus, deep sea octopus females.
That's a level.
This is yet another mysterious encounter with deep sea fish. Had plenty of these, and they're had plenty of these encounters throughout the 13 dives that we've had on this expedition, and there's always something magical about looking at these animals. Wow.
Maybe.
We are flying over what's supposed to be 23 million year old seabed here, at least basalts. The geology of this area, or at least the description of the geology of this area, has proven to be quite interesting for everyone on board. Right under a layer of basalts or rocks here, we've seen layers of something called carbonates that are potentially much older. And we are flying around here trying to piece together this geological story of how this very complex seafloor topography is formed. Our current navigation path is taking us through the jagged edges of cliffs here. Again, we're near the summit of a close to 1 kilometer tall seamount. Hmm. Yeah, different animal. And we spotted at least one octopus over the last half hour or 40 minutes or so of our survey of the side of or the edge near the local summit of this seamount called Tengosed. It's definitely informative in terms of assessing which one of our three major hypotheses as to why it is that octopuses tend to brood their eggs at places of hydrothermal discharge. These kind of observations, seeing octopuses at places that apparently don't have discharge or not any discharge that we can readily tell, is important to help us navigate and eventually conclude or feel more confident about which one of the possible hypotheses about their behavior is correct or most correct. It's a crab down here. Crab. This small nook under a large rock appears to be some sort of a refuge for two crabs hanging out with some sort of gelatinous invertebrate. Kind of as a first order approximation, very hand wave approximation, or basically just my opinion, it seems to me as though animal life at the seafloor in the vicinity of the seamounts is constantly fighting for unsedimented real estate. Wherever barren rock emerges out of the sediment, corals, sponges, and their friends seem to emerge too. So, getting a hold of this unsedimented surface area appears to be a major driver for the emergent ecology in these seamount ecosystems. And that's more of a personal opinion, clearly. A very nascent hypothesis that would have to be explored, of course, by many, many people for many years to come. Again, coming up this ridge, or the side of this cliff, where there's, I guess, slightly a higher availability of unsedimented real estate, we see a field of view that's definitely more diverse than what we were seeing before, where there appeared to be more sediment, more diverse in terms of animal life, corals and sponges. Again, in my opinion, there appears to be two major mechanisms through which rock surfaces may remain perpetually unsedimented. One of those would just be, I guess, being shielded by other rocks, or I guess, or one of those applies to the underbellies of jagged rocks that stick out of cliffs. They're just shielded, I guess, from the constant settling of marine snow that eventually adds up to sediment. So that is, I guess, gravitational shielding, or just being at the right spot to have the rock above serve as an awning, is one good way to stay unsedimented. Another one, of course, would be being a rock next to hydrothermal venting, where the fluids leaving the crust, or the advection, right, the movement of water leaving the crust, would also serve as a permanent cleaning strategy, ensuring that the rock face remain free of sediment as well. And as we navigate the edge of this cliff near the summit of Tengosed Seamount, everyone in the control room, we're all basically quietly on the lookout for potential octopus. We've seen at least one snug under a rock. Our camera angle, however, did not allow us to identify to see either a male or a female, and as to whether or not it was in a brooding position, potentially with eggs. But we do know some of them are here. I always think that it's important to highlight that prior to our expedition, the only seafloor feature that had been visited within a research vessel that had an ROV and basically seen by human eyes, again, prior to our expedition, was the Dorado outcrop, not too far away from where we are now. However, on this expedition, we have been the first to look at images on the seafloor of all of these other diverse seafloor features, including the seamount that we find ourselves exploring today. A remotely operated vehicle, SuBastian, currently piloted by our very skilled team of Schmidt Ocean Institute pilots. Is coming up the side of this cliff now, so we're slightly moving up. We're slowly moving up in elevation here. And everyone in the control room, we are just closely watching the bottom of this rocks for perhaps more octopus that may be in the area. This is the penultimate dive of what will be a total of 14 dives of predominantly exploration. It's right here. Is that a can? Oh, wow. Is it a styrofoam cup? Yeah.
We have lasers on? Yeah. Isn't it like a carboy?
Some sort of plastic debris. Gotta ask, what are the chances we can collect that?
For what?
Microbiome, compared to other plastics. I will do the PVC microbiome also. For my own experiments.
Yeah, J-Rod, can we sit down?
Yeah, thank you.
These little balls on this.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah. We've come across some debris here at the near the summit of the seamount. What was that?
Oh yeah, there's just sticks in.
Yeah, like this could be weird.
Oh, that is a thing of cement that had a post coming out of. You know, like if you take a 5-gallon bucket, fill it with cement, put a thing.
Yeah.
It's gonna be heavy.
So what's the issue? It's going to be heavy. What? Can we get it?
Yeah, but I mean,
I'm more interested in the plastic than anything else.
in the plastic.
Yeah, and like scraping off microbes that are on that plastic. Yeah.
Well, if you- Pretty sure we can pick it up.
What's the dimension of this thing? It's 10 centimeters across. Yeah, right. It's one laser width.
No, it's bigger than that.
Oh. Okay.
It's gonna take
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I guess yeah. We can pass on this, and I understand that.
Okay.
I didn't see how big it was before.
In a rock sample? In a rock, maybe? As a rock sample?
You need a rock sample?
No, if you want to put it in a rock box or something, it's too
It's
big.
okay. It's
It's
too big.
too big.
It's about this big, and it's full of cement. So it's gonna be super heavy.
Big bio box.
Yeah.
That's not.
Where is the?
Yeah. It's okay. I guess we can pass on this one, guys.
Okay.
Yeah. You see something more manageable, a can or something like that.
Okay.
I'll be on it. Oh, let's see what time it is. All right, I'll sign off. We are on our way to waypoint 6. We're pretty close now.
Okay.
So we did the local summit in between 5 and 6. And the goal now is look for signs of venting more than anything.
The sighting of this waypoint is anything, right?
No, I guess we've been keeping track of the geology for you too.
Yeah.
So there's definitely interesting features. I mean, I saw a couple more little collapses, but nothing like the other one.
Yeah, nothing like the first one.
Yeah, so I guess you can. Yeah, you've been talking about microbiology and simple circulation. I'm sure people probably care about geology. So. Yeah. In about a minute or so, I'll be handing off the dive lead and narrator chair to my colleague, Maria Sandoval from the University of Costa Rica. Professor Sandoval is studies paleoecology of the ocean floor.
No, just in line with it. So like, pretty much where we're at right now. Like, just like
Again, thanks to everyone that's joining us at home. This is Dr. Gustavo Ramirez from Cal State University in Los Angeles signing off. Professor Sandoval, take it away. Es como cuando trato de dejar caso.
Llévale eso de actriz, ¿eh?
Every time I try to leave home,
Yeah.
I close the garage, I forget my lunch first, then I forget my computer charger. Then the third time I come back, I forget something else.
Yeah, yeah.
And by then, everyone's in the garage door, just waiting for me to turn like 3 times, ready to laugh at my kids, my wife. So muy olvidadizo. Pero es que I live with that much focus on one thing.
Yeah, I know.
That's all.
It happens to me.
Hello everyone, I am Maria Sandoval from University of Costa Rica from the Central America Geological School. So we are transmitting today from the Tengosed Seamount. Hola, ¿cómo están todos y todas? Estamos transmitiendo desde Tengosed, del monte submarino Tengosed,
mi nombre es María Isabel Sandoval de la Escuela Centroamericana de Geología. Les comento que en este sitio, bueno, hemos estado, es un sitio bastante grande, de los sitios más grandes que hemos visitado en toda nuestra expedición. Y bueno, hemos visto desde la mañana diferentes estructuras geológicas interesantes como unos sedimentos calcáreos que pudieron observar de un color blancuzco, seguidos o sobreyacidos por algún tipo de sedimento más durito, más oscuro, que es como este que estamos viendo acá, o podría ser asociado a algo similar. En este caso parecen ser rocas sedimentarias también. Y evidentemente hemos visto lo que son lavas en almohadilla también. Aquí estamos hoy visitando, tenemos unos 8 puntos de visita y ya estamos llegando al punto 6 y observando el sustrato en general y la fauna asociada. Hemos visto, bueno, aquí en este caso estamos viendo pepinos de mar, algunas ophiurideas, anémonas, corales negros, octocorales. Esto es nuestro buceo, nuestro buceo número 13, diríamos, 13º. Y volvimos aquí a este sector para explorar lo que observamos en la visita anterior, que fueron algunos huevos de rayas, o como se le dice en inglés, skates. Y hemos visto el día de hoy algunos de estos huevos, entonces vamos a estar chequeando por este tipo de morfologías y por supuesto por ver si tenemos algunas emanaciones de flujos de calor. En este caso no hemos encontrado el día de hoy y asumimos que este es uno de los sitios de recarga de agua fría hacia la corteza terrestre, en la cual este flujo de agua fría viaja internamente a través de la corteza y sale en sectores con un calor, cuando toma un poco de calor desde la corteza y lo emana en los sitios como El Dorado o como el sitio al este de Caballito, que estuvimos visitando hace unos días. Y esto se ha visto asociado a la presencia de muchos tipos de pulpos del género Musoctopus. Así que esto es principalmente lo que pasa a nivel hidrogeológico en el sector. Al lado mío se encuentra el estudiante de doctorado Rob Perrin de la Universidad de Calgary en Canadá, que estudia justamente desde la parte geofísica este flujo de calor, junto con la doctora Rachel Lauer, que tiene bastante experiencia con este flujo de calor y han modelizado cómo funcionaría el flujo de calor en estas zonas.
What we're shooting for here?
Yeah.
Just east.
Yeah, so you wanna just follow this to the southwest?
If you want to do it, you can explain a little bit more.
Yeah, we're just looking for
You know, I explain a little bit in Spanish.
overhangs, so dirty octopus,
Say
this
this
is venting.
about the question that we have.
So for regarding the question about the warm water that flows on the seamount, we can say that when the a site that is taking water from the upper part, like the seawater, that is more dense and and is colder, so it's going down through the seamounts, the big seamounts like Tengosed, and going through the crust. So it means it taking the heat from the crust, and in some places is this flow will be out, so we call outflow, and these places are places of recharge. Those places we look at Dorado, for example, or in unnamed Inster Caballito that we went 2 or 3 days ago. So that's the place that we could name like discharge small seamounts. Aquí estamos viendo de estas esponjas de vidrio, también a lo largo de o pegadas a lo que son ese tipo de rocas acá. También algunos briozoarios, corales negros, ese briozoario. También tenemos algunos corales negros, como este color naranja que está acá, este color rosado parece ser un octocoral, esponjas de color blanco. Can we look at this one? Oops. I'm so bad with no. Yeah. No. Is an octocoral? Oops. Nice. Es un octocoral. Yes, thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, we're ready. Yeah. Oh.
Todas estas marcas blancas que vemos en las rocas son un tipo de poliquetos que precipitan o aglutinan parte y precipitan un poco de carbonato para sostenerse a la roca, y lo vemos casi siempre en estas formaciones. Lo hemos visto a lo largo de muchos de estos sitios. En esta expedición hemos tenido la oportunidad de visitar distintos montículos submarinos y ha sido muy interesante poder justamente reafirmar las observaciones que han realizado los hidrogeólogos, comparando el flujo de calor en sitios más grandes como este. Tenemos recarga del flujo de agua fría, y en sectores más pequeños como el Dorado o este Caballito tenemos lo que es salidas de agua caliente, y esto ha sido muy interesante. Estos sitios no habían sido visitados antes. El Dorado efectivamente es uno de los objetivos por los que se habían visitado. El objetivo del flujo de calor y su asociación con los pulpos, y por lo tanto esta expedición se basó principalmente en observar a detalle sitios, estos montículos asociados, estos seamounts asociados, y comparables con el Dorado.
Might actually be good to get up to that top just so we can see what that ledge looks like, if it looks like what we're seeing elsewhere on the seamount. Okay. Yeah, so it's still like a consistent, like 20, 30 centimeter, just like pavement on top of this.
Ya tendríamos mañana nuestro último buceo antes de nuestro regreso a la costa. Así que este lugar pues lo estamos disfrutando muchísimo, viendo nuestras últimas imágenes, descubriendo nuevos sitios de acá del Tengosed, que ha sido un sitio bastante especial geológicamente, pero también el haber encontrado estos acumulaciones de huevos de raya. Por alguna razón las rayas vienen acá a dejar sus huevos, y pues ha sido una observación interesante. Puede ser que en el futuro tengamos mucho más análisis acá. Por ahora sigue siendo un tipo de incógnita, y nos parece un sitio muy interesante para poder estudiar a detalle. Con las muestras que tomamos anteriormente de los huevos de raya, vimos que en los colores más oscuros de los huevos el embrión ya había salido, ya estaba por decirlo así, seco, y en los que eran un color más amarillento se observaba un embrión bastante, todavía en sus primeras etapas. Bueno, aquí tenemos unas hermosas imágenes de lo que son corales negros, octocorales y esponjas de este tipo. Los horarios serían desde las 8 de la mañana hasta las, ya le digo, hasta creo que hasta las 6 de la tarde en hora Costa Rica. Aquí observamos algunas lavas en almohadilla. Estas lavas, como les comento, se forman, como les he comentado, se forman a la salida de la lava en sitios como las dorsales. Este es principalmente todo lo que son estos seamounts. Vienen desde lo que es la dorsal del Pacífico y se formaron hace unos 20 a 23 millones de años en aquel sector, y ahora las tenemos por acá, más cerca de a 200 kilómetros aproximadamente de la costa del Pacífico, o sea, de Guanacaste en realidad, del Pacífico Norte. Y esas rocas son principalmente tipo basálticas. Sí, muchísimas gracias por haberse participado y estar escuchando. Para nosotros ha sido un gran privilegio también, tanto estar aquí en esta expedición con tantos costarricenses a bordo, pero también poder transmitir estas imágenes por primera vez de nuestro país, el fondo oceánico. La verdad que es una experiencia única y sobre todo nos deja muchísimo placer de poder haber compartido las imágenes, o sea, que el video sea en vivo, también poder narrar en español y poder entonces que tanto no solamente los costarricenses, sino desde toda nuestra comunidad hispanohablante pueda también conocer un poco de este sector y de lo que es el fondo oceánico en general, ¿verdad? Y tal vez este es un ejemplo bastante particular desde Costa Rica, pero en otras expediciones que tiene también lo que es el Schmidt Ocean, pueden seguir conociendo y los invitamos a seguir conociendo el fondo oceánico. Les comento también que volveríamos en diciembre para poder retomar algunas muestras o tomar algunas muestras que se dejaron en los experimentos, y volveríamos en diciembre a hacer una segunda parte de la expedición del Octopus Odyssey, y así que espero tener mucho más y que inviten a amigos y amigas para que nos vean y sigan pues escuchando y conociendo un poco de nuestros objetivos de investigación que hemos tenido por acá. Este monte submarino está en este momento estamos a 1966 metros. Hemos estado a unas profundidades aproximadamente de 2000. Es uno de los más altos y de los más grandes seamounts en este sector. Tenemos de estas esponjas que parecen como una cala. Son esponjas de vidrio pedunculadas. También desde esta expedición se han trabajado, tenemos 2 artistas a bordo que han trabajado, se han inspirado en todas estas imágenes y en las muestras que hemos tomado para inspirar sus pinturas. Tenemos 2 artistas, uno que se llama Michael Roch. Pueden seguir sus páginas también en Instagram principalmente, y Carlos Hiller, que tiene Facebook e Instagram. Carlos es un artista argentino costarricense y Michael es un artista estadounidense.
Yeah, but I just there's a feature where I didn't see it till the last second.
Acabamos de observar ahí debajo de esa gran pillow lava un bivalvo. Acá nos observan muchísimos, así que lo pasamos un poco de lejos, pero lo podemos ver hacia la izquierda de la pantalla, pegado a la roca. Siempre acercamos la cámara hacia estos sectores o estos espacios que quedan entre las rocas para observar si hay alguna salida de agua distorsionada, que así es como hemos podido identificar los sectores donde hay flujo de calor o salida de flujo de calor. Es bastante particular. Generalmente en estas grietas tenemos la presencia muy común de este tipo de octocorales. Bueno, en este caso estos son, no sé si son estoloníferos o de esa familia. ¿That?
There's one who's faced forward. It's one little larval fish. No, that's a little shrimp. I don't know what they are. Just in case.
Are those small fishes?
We don't know.
y las vea. Aquí estamos observando, estamos tratando de acercar a ver qué son estos organismos chiquititos que vemos por acá. Ujú. Un poco difícil de enfocar. Sí.
Oh, they are on a string, but they are little fish.
Yeah.
What?
Entonces son unos peces pequeñitos.
Yeah, it's like, who is baiting us here?
They almost look like between a fish or an arrowworm or something. They're huge. What? But there was a string on the one.
Okay, really weird.
Mm.
What are you?
Do we think we can slurp those?
Yeah. There's fins on it.
Ujú.
Like they almost look like little arrowworms, but they're huge.
Mae, pero vea esos peces ahí. Eso, pero digamos, esa anémona o eso que está ahí arriba, ¿no será que se lo come? ¿Qué es aquí? ¿Qué es aquí?
Yeah, it's too high.
Yeah.
And then if we get any higher, I don't think we can see in the hole. It's just a bad spot. There you go. That's better.
Mm.
But yeah, if you want to slip it, we can do that.
Can we do
Yeah, yeah, looks suspended, you see? Like hanging.
Yeah, it's just like a gossamer thread.
Sounds like there's a couple species of arrowworms that'll get up over an inch or so.
Do we have a laser?
Está como suspendido, ¿no?
I mean,
Muy listo.
try.
No sé.
That's pretty far.
Como una captura, sí, yo los vi también.
It's kind of like
Pero eso ya los hemos capturado.
Esa
es otra especie, acuérdense que la otra forma como unas max.
No, pero es que el blanco, pero después capturamos unos anaranjaditos, ¿verdad? Dígale que parece uno diferente.
So the pilots are trying to figure out how to get in here. Obviously, we have these little things dangling on some sort of thread. They have some fin structures on them, kind of reminiscent of like an arrowworm or something like that, but they seem quite large. Arrowworms can get larger, but we haven't seen any of these so far.
Aquí teníamos un acercamiento, estábamos tratando de observar estos pequeños peces, se ven guindando como de como un hilo, ¿verdad? Estábamos tratando de ver ese acercamiento. Maybe you can collect a piece of rock.
Sería mejor con un piso rock, pero no puedo bajar con la roca.
Pero es que estas rocas, no, como están en la base, tal vez no sean tan difíciles.
Ella dice que sí, por lo menos va a tratar de agarrar los peces.
Sí, vamos a tratar de agarrar los peces y cualquier cosa tratamos de agarrar un. Sí, ven como un pedacito de así, digo yo, un pedacito de roca. Ujú. Are there barnacles in the coast? Which coast? Dice, are there barnacles in this coast? SOI. ¿Mm? Aquí.
Una pregunta, María, ¿dónde me señalaste?
No, yo sé, pero hemos visto, sí, los vimos. Pero ¿en dónde fue? En el main. Yeah, we have observed barnacles in pedunculate barnacles. We observed 2 days ago, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, we have plenty of them attached to the rocks.
See how your elbow's going out? What if you invert that? All right, there. Oh,
Ah.
You ready?
Sí, existen percebes, claro que sí. Tanto en la costa, ¿verdad? Son otro tipo de percebes. Son cirripedios que viven pegados al sustrato en lo que son las costas de acá de Costa Rica. Y hemos visto percebes pedunculados acá en el fondo oceánico. En el fondo no hemos visto de los que son adheridos a la roca. En sí, hemos visto los que son pedunculados y bastante grandes.
There it is. Here it is. Okay, we can stop. And let's leave the slurp out. Change chamber. Yeah.
Yeah, there's like
Bueno, se muestrearon estos peces. Esto es no habíamos observado este tipo de peces así como guindando, colgando. Así que se tomaron para sus estudios posteriores. Y unos pequeños peces. Gracias a ustedes por sus preguntas acá en el chat.
No, we can go ahead and put this slurp away, and then we're going to try to break off a piece of the
Ujú. Estamos tratando también de colectar estos octocorales. Los hemos observado, ayer los observamos, no sabemos si realmente sería la misma especie. Observamos unos blancos también en relación a veces con grietas. Así que hoy vamos a tomar esta otra muestra, trataremos de tomar la muestra de estos octocorales rosados. Hoy
Probably, just so that you can get your fingers around it better and the red rubber.
Pero es que yo no veo dónde están los highways, ¿eh?
¿A dónde está?
¿Dónde está el highway? No highway.
Eso es lo que él pregunta, ¿no? Candela highways on the road below. No, yo lo que veo son octos, que son todos ese montón.
Esos son octos.
Sí.
Pero no le contesté.
Sí.
So, how about right where the lasers are? Yeah. Just try to grab out of that, see if it'll come up.
So here we are trying to collect some octocorals from this. So we will try to get a piece of rock with the octocorals in it.
It's the geometry.
The pink octocorals.
This one has interlacing fingers, so that you grab around things, whereas this one is like this. Yeah. Yeah. So there, and because of the rubber on the end, like it doesn't get a grip on something like this. But it would, let's say this is a fist, it would be like this, as opposed to this.
You see like the smaller one there? That one almost looks like a brick out. The one kind of just above the finger on the left, laser right there. Yeah. You think that'd be okay?
Yeah, I mean,
Kind of looks like.
yeah, it might come out a little easier if we can get
If you want to take a look of the imagery and the paints that of the artists that we have on board. We have two artists on board, Michael Drudge, and you can follow on Instagram, and also Carlos Hiller. They have been inspired to make all these paintings, the beautiful paintings, on board, and so they have this webpage that you can follow and to see all these paints, and they were inspired by all these images that we have been looking from the deep ocean in Costa Rica.
Rob, can you take some highlights so we can see the other colors?
So the pilots were able to use the suction sampler to get two of those hanging animals. Again, kind of look like arrow worms, so it'll be interesting to see what shows up when we bring the ROV to the surface.
Okay, then we go back to the laborious way of trying to use the red rubber fingers to try to pull off polyps one by one.
So, whoever.
Coral quiver 6, is that?
Yeah, 6.
Can you add there both the Instagram page of the artist on board?
Oh, I understand. I did this.
You can tell?
No.
Oh, okay.
It's
It's Alex? Oh, okay. They're asking for the artist's webpage.
page for the cruise. I'll see if I can. I know we have it disabled for somewhere else. We have to pop that cut. Drop down twice. There's our point for the first one.
Yeah, it's like Michael Drudge.
Michael Dutch. Michael Dutch. Drudge. Yeah. and Carlos dot Healer. Yeah, that have been a great experience to have both these great artists on board. One is from the United States, and is Michael, and the other artist is Costa Rican and Argentinian. Then he is Carlos.
Oh, I see. You take it. Yeah. I think that may be.
Yeah.
First, try one of these other ones there.
Sí. Sí. La trataron de agarrar con la mano. Bueno, aquí se está tratando de colectar estos especímenes de octocoral. Se intentó primero con la mano esta, pero no se logró. La roca parece estar muy dura y ahora se está tratando con la tijera para cortar y poder llevar, pero estos especímenes son bastante pequeños. Que cuestión de centímetros, ¿no? Miren unos centímetros nada más. Sí. Sí, sí, son relativamente pequeños. Aquí se ven un poco grandes porque los pólipos están afuera, ¿verdad? Los tentáculos, pero en realidad son bastante pequeños, hasta milimétricos. Sí, también se intentó utilizar el succionador para estos especímenes, pero tampoco están muy bien pegados a la roca. pulled off. Now it sticks to the. En cada muestreo es una experiencia para los pilotos, la verdad son súper hábiles. A veces me sorprende la habilidad que tienen para poder lograr colectar la muestra. Recordemos que estas muestras se toman también se intentan tomar y colectar para propósitos de estudio específicos dentro del equipo multidisciplinario que tenemos. Así que durante la expedición pueden ver que estamos colectando sedimentos, a veces rocas, a veces algunos animales, animales tanto vertebrados, que es lo que menos hemos colectado, la verdad no ha sido muy poco, y algunos rocas y sobre todo algunos invertebrados. Aquí seguimos a ver si podemos colectar algunos más de estos octocorales para su estudio. La doctora Odalisca Bride de la Universidad de Costa Rica es especialista en este grupo, así que tiene mucho trabajo en esta expedición. Como ustedes han podido ver, sobre todo este sitio de Tengosed es muy rico en octocorales, con mucha diversidad, y en sí el fondo marino, lo que es el fondo marino en Costa Rica, pues se observan bastantes especies y grupos, familias de octocorales. ¿Cuántas especies de octocorales han descrito usted en Costa Rica, en el Pacífico? 43. ¿Cuánto? 43. Odalisca me cuenta que ella ha descrito 43 especies nuevas para el Pacífico costarricense. Para el Pacífico Oriental, para Costa Rica 22 específicamente, y para el Pacífico Oriental 43 especies nuevas. So in this region in Costa Rica, we can have a big biodiversity on octocorals. Odalisca Bridi, that she is a specialist on this group, she had described, just for Costa Rica, she had described 23 new species, including shallower species and also deep specimens and these species. But for the intertropical Pacific, she has described 43 in general. So she's still working on that. Probably we have more species.
All right, folks, I'm going to be restarting the stream here. Just sit tight, and we'll be back momentarily.